listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Eastland Match of the Round, live from Surrey Park Reserve. A big clash out here today in Division 4 between the Surrey Park Panthers and the Kilsyth Cougars, last year's grand finalists, facing off against the current ladder leaders. All the action from this game and the next hour of pre-game being brought to you live on 98.1 Radio Eastern FM, plus streaming on our Facebook and YouTube pages. I'm Josh Ward, joined for the next hour of pre-game by EFNL Media Manager Ryan Long and Jared Beanland. Ryan, to you first. The first Division 4 game, and the last time these two met, it was a draw out at Pinks Reserve. So we could be in for an interesting game if it's like that this time around.
I certainly hope so. It could be a potential grand final preview later this season. But Joshy, I've been walking around the ground with you for the last hour. Every time someone comes past you, you're saying hello. I think you know every single person who's at the venue today. So I'm sure you're pretty excited to get into this game because Surrey Park Junior, and you've got certainly a wealth of knowledge of this club. But in saying that, you've also done a ton of research on all Division 4 clubs, and you know a lot about Kilsyth too. And they've had a phenomenal start to the season, on top of the ladder. Had the draw against Surrey Park earlier this season, and besides that, they've really been almost flawless. They had that loss against Forest Hill a couple of weeks ago, but other than that, it's been a really strong start to the year. And obviously Surrey, we saw him in the grand final last year. A lot to look forward to this clash, and I'm sure there's going to be plenty to get into it.
There definitely will be. And Jared, you of course called Kilsyth, I think this time last year when they were playing Croydon North Emlock, and it's a bit of a different game this time around. It was mid-table back then, and it's top of the table now, so I'm sure you're looking forward to seeing the Cougars.
Yeah, G'day Josh, and g'day Ryan, and to all the listeners as well. Really looking forward to this one. It'll be good to see Kilsyth again. Surrey Park's not a team that I've seen play before, but seeing Kilsyth and having that familiarity, of course, it's going to be really interesting to see how they've developed in the past year and what's going to be different about their game. Of course, it was a mid-table clash, as you mentioned, against Croydon North Emlock last year. This time around, Kilsyth have just improved beyond sort of like what we would have measured of them in pre-game, and it's exciting to see them, back as a one of the power clubs of Division 4, which is very exciting.
Yeah, and we will of course chat with their coach Simon Caldwell at around 20 to 2, and James Kenworthy, the Surrey Park coach, will be joining in a couple of minutes time. But let's just touch on Kilsyth before Kenworthy joins us. They have had a phenomenal rise, not just in pretty much the last 12 months, really. I think it was this point last year they were sitting 4 and 5 and probably not looking likely to play finals in Division 4. Now they've gone through a finals series. They're sitting on top of the table. It's quite remarkable, the rise of the Cougars in the last year, Ryan, isn't it?
Yeah, it certainly has. And even last year, I think at the start of the season, I don't think anyone had them expected to play finals in that top 4. I think you're laughing because you actually had them last.
I had them last, sorry.
And so you're not, but at the time they were really keen on what they had with the group they've got, certainly developed over the years, and then this year they bring in some really good talent in Division 1 players. Jaden Wycard's had a phenomenal start to the season. Drosseler, also obviously Ryan McNay comes to the club, and then you've got the likes of your Ryan Goodison down forward, Curry up forward, a big target back in the side this week. So they've really done their work, and it's paid off well for them, and now they're in a position where they'll definitely play finals, and it's going to be tight to see who finishes in that top 2, but they've got a bit of a gap now on Surrey Park. So a win today, you can almost lock up that top 2 spot, the double chance, which is just a major change from a few years ago when they were struggling. So a phenomenal rise. Yeah,
and you can lock in pretty much a potentially top spot as well, just because Scoresby have definitely shown a lot this season, but Kilsyth have just gone past every challenge with ease. And the likes of those new recruits, Wycard and McNay. Wycard in particular, I keep hearing that he's looking the goods this year. As James Kenworthy is about to join us now for Surrey Park. He's done a terrific job since taking over as playing or interim coach this time last year, and now he's the full-time coach, and he's been good enough to take some time out of his pre-game and chat with us. James, an absolute pleasure to finally be able to chat on the air with you this time around. How are you feeling about today's clash?
Thanks for having me, boys. Great to be here. Really excited. Kilsyth, obviously, pretty much the top team for a reason. So yeah, really looking forward to a good battle out there today.
And I just want to touch on the wider club in general first up. The seniors and the women's are obviously doing well. They're both sitting in third, and both have either 2 or 3 losses each, and you've got the reserves and 19 sitting on top of each table. It must make for a pretty good culture out here at Surrey Park.
Yeah, everyone's really loving it this year. You go back to sort of 3-4 weeks ago, all teams were undefeated, so yeah, everyone's getting around each other. It's been a great year so far.
Obviously, it's been a challenging couple of weeks after a really strong start. That you certainly depth has been tested with a lot of injuries, including yourself not out there at the moment. Is that probably, it is quite tough, but is it almost a blessing in disguise if you can hold on to a top 2 spot at the end of the year? You do get a bit more, experience in the younger guys to get a go at senior level.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, fair few guys have gone to Europe as they do. Yeah, it's an awesome opportunity to get all the young kids, give them games early. So last week we had 4 debutants, 3 of them were under-19s kids. So they get another crack at it today, so you get to see them firsthand.
And for yourself, obviously, it's a different role. You're playing coaching compared to coaching on the sidelines. Is it frustrating for you? A lot of sometimes we speak to playing coaches and they just have that urge to be able to get out there and have some sort of control on the play. What is it like for you being on the sideline, especially in the last couple of weeks when was it the Scoresby game you were injured in, or
got injured, did my calf in the third quarter. So
is it like last week? Was it a bit frustrating to be on the sidelines, not having any say on the actual game?
Yeah, absolutely. It is a lot easier out there to communicate and direct the guys. Purely coaching wise, it's great to just be on the sidelines and actually focus on that. But actually being out there and sort of dictating how we play is a lot easier.
There's been a bit of a drop in form, I suppose, in the past couple of weeks. What is that being put down to internally? What are you guys talking about in terms of trying to arrest that downward momentum? Obviously, there's a lot of form coming into this year and the first few weeks. It's been near flawless except for the Kilsyth draw, but the past couple of weeks, where are you guys at with that?
You can put it down to personnel, but we go out there to want to win every single game. Like I said, we had 4 debutants last week. Yeah, really, really young side. I was actually having a look at all the ages this morning. Average age last week was 22, and it's pretty much the same this week as well. So half the team had played 19s either this year or last year. So we're an extremely young side. So you do get that inconsistency week to week. But like I said, we go out there to want to win every single game, so it's no excuse to how young we are.
Yeah, that makes sense. And given that you guys drew against Kilsyth last time you played, what did you learn from that match? What are some of the things you're focusing on to make sure that you go that one bit better today?
A couple of their players, first and foremost, their recruits that they've got this year have been really, really strong for them. Just looking at their list as well, they've pretty much had, I think it was about 14 guys that have almost played every single game. So their continuity with their team's been really good this year. And they set up defensively really, really well. So that game, we were kicking it down the line a lot, just playing into their hands, and they were able to take a lot of intercept marks. So we'll be looking to rectify that.
Is there going to be sort of any tagging roles on a couple of those players that have come down from Div 1 for Kilsyth?
We'll have to wait and see for that one.
Okay, I like it.
Keep it secret. And obviously there's been a bit of leadership on the sidelines yourself. Matt Garvin, the captain. George Haynes has been in and out of the side recently. Who do you feel like out of those younger players has really stepped up in terms of leaderships in the absence of some of your leaders?
Well, Jackie McLaren, first one comes to mind. So he's in our leadership group, deputy vice captain. So he was the skipper last week. And a couple of the younger guys are emerging leaders. So Lockie Peters and Renan Fallahay, they've really stood up across the pre-season and this year as well. So they're a couple of the young kids that are going really well.
And some of those names that I mentioned as well, obviously Matt Garvin and George Haynes coming back into the lineup, but you've also got Cal Garvin back in, Josh Durand and Lachlan Bacon as well. So that gives you a little bit more leadership on the field. Do you feel like that does add a bit more leadership to the side?
Yeah, absolutely. They're all genuine senior players. We didn't have Lockie Bacon. His last game was against Kilsyth, so Matt Garvin hasn't played all year. Durand sort of been in and out. So yeah, it's just great to have them out there and sort of teach those young kids sort of how we want to play instead of dropping off for lapses of time.
And just one final one, the younger just going back to the younger players as well. Brendan Fallahay and Nick Can obviously continue to go from strength to strength up in that forward line. Tom Smith to start the season, obviously he's unfortunately out with a knee injury. Kobe Vitaka as well. They've really stepped up and come to the forward this season, haven't they?
Yeah, absolutely. There's a reason why Nick Can's on top of the goal kicking leaderboard. When he's on, he's absolutely on. Same for Renan. Just go back to that game against Sylvan last year where he kicked it from the boundary. He's an enigma down there. So, and Kobe as well. First year in the senior lineup, he's got the pace to burn. So expecting a big game from him today. But also one you missed is Sammy Porter in the back line. He's an absolute star. He's already got the rig for it. So he's 19's kid this year, but he's played every game in the seniors. So he's one to look out for today as well.
It's great to see the young players coming through at Surrey. Well, James, we better let
Just
you...
before you go, can we get Josh into one of the reserves games this year? You said there was a few blokes.
I would love to see that.
Well, we are struggling a bit for numbers, so Josh, more than welcome to come down, mate.
I'd either be parked warming the bench or in either the forward pocket or the back pocket. And don't worry, I've been asked all this morning whether I should come down and play in the reserve side. But James, we better let you go and continue your pre-game routine. We really appreciate you coming on pre-game, and good luck for today.
Cheers, guys. Thanks very much for having me.
Thank you to James Kentworthy there, who's done a terrific job with Surrey Park since taking over, and is such a key player. Whenever he is available, and he has that versatility to go up forward and down in defence. But again, it's still such a seriously young lineup, and it's only going to improve, Ryan. Much like Kilsyth, but this lineup is still really, really young.
Yeah, you're right. And Kilsyth are in sort of that similar boat with some of the guys that they've got, and the recruits are pretty young themselves. So if you look at it, and Scoresby as well, who are currently sitting second, any of those three sides, if they are to go up, it's much different to Sylvan, where Sylvan, and they're performing really well at the moment, but they're a much older side, so they're really relying on staying fit and healthy because you've got those older bodies, and eventually they will retire. Yeah. And they're aware of that. But for these clubs, I think they've got a really good chance to go up and then stay up and start to build something as they go up the divisions. You've just got to really build that belief, and both sides have started to do that. And Jade, I think they're well and truly on the right track.
Yeah, there's a lot to play for this year in Division 4 because, as you said, any one of these sides that wins, that could be the start of something, a push up the divisions for any of them. Just because, as you mentioned, there's a lot of young talent coming through for each of them, and I think all of them are on the rise, and it'll probably look a lot different, in 25 or 26. Yeah. We'll look back on this and sort of see maybe Sylvan, declining if they don't have those kinds of that kind of continuity that is needed when pushing up the divisions, and whichever team wins this year and perhaps also next year, they will, start to be on the rise and, pushing up the divisions.
Yeah, definitely right. And for Kilsyth, we'll touch on this with Simon Caldwell as well. Like, they're building towards the future. Obviously, they're getting their rooms, their new pavilion renovated out there as well. So, and it looks likely to be a really elite facility out there. So, both sides definitely gearing up for the future. Let's take a look at matches across the division. Of course, there's still plenty, and we'll start off with Premier Division. We'll go to East Ringwood against Doncaster out there at East Ringwood Reserve. The Sharks, they lose Robbie Gray, Chris Anarchis, and Carl. Robbie Gray, Chris Anarchis, and Carl Vickers in the Roos. They are
not great signs.
Not the best time to lose them. And the Roos, they bring in Ryan Exon as well and Dylan Below to strengthen that back line. So it's a massive ask for Doncaster at East Ringwood Reserve, Ryan.
Yeah, I don't think Doncaster have much of a hope there. It's hard to say that, but East Ringwood have to bring in their best attitude, as we talked about yesterday on the podcast, because in Premier Division, if you don't come in with the headspace that you needed to win games, and you will get found out. But in saying that, just with their outs, Doncaster, they need those guys to play if they are to really challenge those top sides. And I do have the Oracles tips in front of me sent to me just for that game. East Ringwood 67 to Doncaster 59. So
close.
Much closer than probably what a lot of us will think. But tough conditions. We saw the wind play havoc last weekend. May have a similar effect today, I'm not sure, but certainly will play maybe a bit of a factor.
Yeah, probably will. Pretty much all the goals might go to that or Mount Dandenong Road end of the ground, so either side will have to take advantage of that. Park Orchard's up against Norwood. This is a good opportunity for the Norsemen, Jared, to get some form after losing their last 2 games against Doncaster East and Blackburn. Doncaster East at home as well. But for Park Orchards, they've definitely shown signs. They've been really competitive, just haven't been able to get over the line. So it's still going to be a big ask against Norwood, though.
I think the one marker about Park Orchards that sort of like is defining their season for me is that, you know, for a winless team, their percentage isn't actually that bad.
Yeah.
It's around 60, and after like 12... How many games have we had? 12 games?
I think 9 in Premier Division. So
9 in Premier. Yeah, after that many games, they've managed to sort of like be competitive, especially against some of the top teams. They also haven't played against, a lot of the bottom 4 teams, so they're really not as bad as what their record says. This is an opportunity for Park Orchards, but also Norwood, I would say, to start building that momentum. They've got, I think, a couple of games coming up that, should be winnable as well for the Norsemen.
Yeah.
Really starting to build that momentum and, make a push for the finals. It was a really big blow to them to lose to Doncaster East, because I think it was the Lions' position that Norwood was eyeing off, in the top 6.
I think so, and they definitely do have an easy run home, as you've mentioned, Jared, and I think they'll consider themselves a really good chance to pinch a top 6 spot with that run home, and who knows, it might even be Doncaster East. We'll touch on that game a little later on, but I think it's safe to tip the Norsemen. We've got the Oracle.
Let's have a look at the Oracle tips. Oracle's tip for this one: 60-54 in favour of Norwood. So I mean, I agree with the result. I can see Park Orchards pushing them close, but I would still have it more at a 2 to 4 goal advantage to Norwood.
And the last 2 times they've met as well, Norwood, they won at Domine Reserve late last year by 71 points and 43 points earlier this year as well.
Yep.
So I think it was 5 points in what was a match of the round out there at Mullumbimby.
It was a really good game. I enjoyed watching that one back.
So hopefully the Oracle's tipping for it to be something similar to that match of the round, but I think... Yeah, I'd probably say 2 to 3 goals Norwood's way. Berwick against Vermont down there at Edwin Flack Reserve. This is a real danger game for the Eagles after going down to Blackburn last week on their home track, and they obviously lost to Berwick at the start of the season, so that might play on their minds, but I still think they should get the job done. It's never an easy ask down there at Edwin Flack Reserve, though.
Yeah, as much as Berwick is one of those teams that you can't take lightly, especially on the home track, they're very competitive in most of their games. On the flip side of that coin, Vermont is just one of those teams that when they're in form, you really don't want to tip against them, because their consistency is probably one of their best strengths when they're up and about, to be able to sort of find ways to win even, when challenged. And I really have to tip Vermont in this one, just because they have hit that sort of form. I agree that it's a danger game, and I wouldn't, count out Berwick at all. Because that's it's a solid home ground advantage that they have. They know how to play their home ground well, and they're just a very stout team, I think, in terms of the way they are able to put pressure on the opposition. It's just perhaps not a sustainable way of playing over 4 quarters, especially for such a young team that has had injuries and whatnot.
And especially at a big ground as well at Edwin Flack Reserve. And there's no Travis Tuck and Harrison Money as well for them, so those are a couple of big losses.
Big blows, yeah.
And Vermont, they bring in Matt Arnott and Lachlan Reedy from the Frankston VFL listed is Lachlan Reedy as well, so handy, and he made his debut I think last week, but they lose Zach Hanlon and James Fisher, so a couple of losses there. The Oracle has tipped Vermont 73 to 49, so I can see that margin happening, but I think it'll be a bit closer.
I think it could be closer, yeah. I think the Oracle's being a little unkind there to Berwick.
Yeah.
And it might be just because Berwick aren't a particularly high-scoring side, and Vermont have put some goals on the board in the past couple of weeks, but I think that margin will probably be closer.
I won't be surprised if Berwick win, but I think Vermont against adversity, they should get up. And whenever they've lost this season as well, I think they've only obviously lost the three games. At the first 2 times they lost, they bounced back immediately. And after that second loss against East Ringwood, which we saw, they went on a 5-game winning streak. So who knows? We'll see how that pans out.
It really turned it around.
Yeah, let's go to Noble Park, South Croydon out there at Pat Wright Senior Oval. We saw Noble Park obviously on King's birthday a couple of weeks ago against Baldwin, and they were really impressive. South Croydon, they're still hit really hard with injuries. Tom Hoford out for Port Melbourne VFL. He's playing there this weekend. Lucas O'Neill out there. Willis coming into the lineup. Whilst for Noble Park, Harley Fairbank, Blake O'Leary and Jones comes into the light. They lose the 2 Nelson brothers obviously to VFL, and Coates Talent League duties, and Josh Stern, I believe, to VFL duties as well. So a couple of losses there, but I think Noble Park, based on what we saw a fortnight ago, I think they're back to that premiership winning best. They look really good. They stifled that ball movement from Baldwin, which we'll obviously touch on later, but they're in really good form. They're starting to find form. Their home record is still shaky. Obviously, the 3 losses there and the 1 win, which was a match of the round against Roval in the grand final rematch. So, but I think they'll want to get some form at home, and I think they should get up here, and maybe comfortably, I reckon.
Yeah, you took the words out of my mouth when you said back to their premiership best, because that's just what it looked like when we saw them against Baldwin. It was such an impressive performance by them against the top side when they're away from home, sort of very rough condition or very cold conditions, backs up against the wall. It was just one of those wins that they had to grind out and put that defensive effort in for 4 quarters, and the fact that they were able to do that, I wouldn't worry too much about Noble Park's outs because they have a lot of depth. Their reserves, I think, have been playing pretty well, and they would, I reckon, outmatch South Croydon in terms of the quality on all different lines of most different lines of the field, whereas South Croydon just don't have that. South Croydon just don't currently have that. The cattle on the park to match it to some of the Noble Park's best players.
And they don't. And the Oracles tip Noble Park to win there 104-69. We're going to take a brief break from Premier Division because we're joined by Kilsyth coach Simon Caldwell, who's been good enough to come on and have a chat with us ahead of this big clash. Thanks for jumping on, Simon. And obviously the side has started really well to start this season, 7-1, and the 1 draw against Surrey Park. Just how impressed have you been with that start to the season?
Oh, look, I think when I spoke to you, Josh, at the start of the season, we expected to improve, I guess. But like all sides at the start of the year, you think you're going well, you're travelling well, you don't know what everyone else is doing. We've been pretty lucky with injuries compared to probably a few other sides. A few other sides are, Surrey themselves have been hit with some injuries. Churney as well, Forest Hill. I don't probably scores be coming up. I don't know a hell of a lot about them so much. That from the years before, but we've been pretty lucky with that. But we've also worked really hard. We've had a really good pre-season. We're getting still Tuesday, Thursdays when it gets cold now. This time of year, we're still getting 40 both nights on the track. So it's they're working really hard and keeping themselves in shape.
And just touching on this matchup against Surrey, obviously there's been many tight matchups in the last couple of years. You defeated them, I think, this time last year out of Pink's Reserve, and you obviously had the draw earlier in the year. So how much confidence does that give you heading into this matchup?
Oh, look, I think with most of the sides, I think, no disrespect to Croydon North and Nunner have improved. Frankie's done a really good job with those guys, and Croydon North, they've been, injury after injury as well, but you sort of go in those games that you expect to win. But the rest of the teams are really heavy. With Forest Hill the other week, we were off our game a little bit, and they played really, really well. We didn't have anyone out, there was no excuses, and they beat us comfortably. I think all sides, we go in wanting to win, obviously, but for us, there's no real standout side. I feel like that we can't win, but there's also not many that you go we're going to go in and win that game. So.
And how important are games like this where you play a real contender in Surrey Park? You've got Scoresby to come in a few weeks again. You sort of build yourselves up for these sort of games because, as you said, there is still a bit of a difference between your bottom 3 and probably the top 3 as such. So is this the sort of game that you really work hard during the week and focus on getting your best out of?
Yeah, I think, we play these guys 3 times throughout the year. Scores will be 3 times as well. So at the start of the year going, we need to try and, get as much info as we can on them. Went out and watched these guys and Scores will be a long weekend. You watch all the game reviews as a coach from the opposition. So, you probably put a bit more time potentially into these teams. And, hopefully in the year we're playing them again another time or 2 as well. So you tend to, and same with James, you tend to, they focus on the teams that you think you might be playing 3 times a week. That's what we look at the start of the season.
Absolutely. And we've a lot of times when we talk about Kilsyth, we talk about the guys that you've been able to bring into the club with, obviously Weikard and McNay and Jostler. But some of the younger guys that probably we don't speak about as much, that probably play a really important role for the club. Can you speak about a couple of those that certainly probably don't get enough media attention and have a really strong impact on this side? Yeah,
look, I think McKinley Ayton, I think he's sort of got a bit of a ride up early in the year. He's only 19, might have just turned 20. He came to the club a couple of years ago, a friend of a friend, and just to play some senior footy out of North Ringwood, and he's been a fantastic player, starting midfield last year for us as a 19-year-old and still keeping up by bringing a couple of good players in. Probably made him better. He's a pretty competitive little kid, so he's like, I can be as good as Weikard can be. So he pushes himself at training. And Jaden and Ryan, and they've been really good for him. Teaching him certain little things that they picked up playing at a higher level. Look, there's a number of them. The 2 Lamb boys, Spencer and Declan Lamb. They never miss training. I think the big thing when I spoke to Josh in the pre-season, by getting those couple of guys in, it's they're really good players, they're really good people, but it's made these younger ones not have to be the focus of going through, you've got to be our starting midfield or you've got to be our centre-half forward or whatever. They're going to different roles. Droz are going to centre-half back, push our centre-half back to a 3rd tall, and he's not having to take the best player, which makes him better. Same with the mids, they're not going through the mids as much. They might roll through there throughout the game, but they've gone to a half-forward flank or a wing, and it's just making them freer and not having, I suppose, as a 19, 20, 21-year-old, we've got a lot of those kids in the side. They're not having to play these roles that we were, I suppose, expecting or having to play them last year.
You sort of answered my question a little bit there in terms of, those, I think we focus on those 3 players, Jostler, McNay, and the other one's escaped me. Weikard, that's the one. Yep. The Div 1 players who've come down. What have they added to sort of like club culture, given that they have come from, a higher up in the divisions, teams that have done well over the years? What have they brought in terms of?
I think the way they train, all our guys are really good. As I was saying before, there's not many nights we haven't got every player, every senior player on track. You're always missing a couple of 2s blokes for different commitments, but not many nights we don't have everyone there. But I think it's probably the attitude, the way they train, the way they lead, the expectation is you're training at the 100%. So that side of it, but even off field, like I know a lot of the guys that, for blokes that have been playing 8 games of footy together, they're knocking around, going away camping on the long weekends together, and motorbike riding and stuff outside of footy, and that says a hell of a lot to me of the sort of people they are, but also the club we are too. That we've embraced them, and they fitted in so well. And I think that's just as important for me as a coach and part of a footy club. It's not just about the results there. It's still we want to win a flag and we want to get up to 3rd division. But if everyone's happy and we're enjoying it, if we're in 4th division next season and the season after, but we're winning games of footy, everyone's having fun and they're enjoying themselves off the field, that's just as important to us as a club as well. So, I would say that side of it. And look, from their point of view, especially, obviously Lillardale, where Drosler and McNay, they've struggled a little bit this year, but, they've been playing that 1st divvy level for a while. And, I speak to them and go, what's the difference? I said, there's not a lot of difference between that level and that level. There really isn't. It's probably the bottom 4 or 5 players, probably a little bit slower footy, but, talking about training, the standard, how it's all going, it's exactly the same. It's nearly exactly the same. It's not a hell of a lot of difference in standard. Some of our guys that I reeled off before, or there's a young bloke, Jacob Machete, you'll see today, he played under 18s last year, under 19s, still can be playing under 9s. He's still got 2 more years 19s. Last year he was eligible 17s, and he gets offers from other clubs throughout this year to go and get cash, and he just plays with us for no money. But blokes like that, to me, they're the ones that make the club, and they're excited by bringing some of these guys in that show those young ones the way to train. It's not they got this talent, they got the standard, but rather than training as a 4th Divi level to be able to lift the standards up and the intensity of the way we train, that's the stuff that's been really good for us.
That makes a lot of sense, especially with the whole preparation and training standpoint. The leadership that they bring as well, how's that meshed with the leaders that were already currently at Kilsyth?
Yeah, well, I think it's probably been good timing. I think, I was talking to one of the blokes about it before. He's playing his 3rd game back, our captain from 2020. Obviously, the year didn't go ahead. He hasn't played a senior game this year, but he's out there. And our 2 dual captains that from 21 and 22 both haven't played. Simon Clark was one of them. He did his knee, so he's out for the year. He did that in round 3 or 4. And another one, Troy Hancock, hasn't played a senior game this year. Only played 2 reserves games, not getting his body right. But I think it's sort of, and reflecting on a few of the other sides with injuries and that, the guys are recruited to the right age bracket and they train really hard. And we're seeing now with some of our leaders, they're out because they're getting older, and that's what happens as you get older. You get all these little niggles and certain things that hurt you. So from a timing perspective, it's been awesome to have those guys, because we sort of haven't had that leadership always on the track to be able to get these guys and come in. And as I said, it's not probably what it was when I was playing footy and screaming and yelling and ranting and raving and this is what we're going to do, boys, and come on. It's the way they train and the attitude. It's not necessarily what they say all the time. It's the efforts they make and others follow.
Leading by example,
exactly.
in a way, yeah.
Yep.
And just one final one as well, obviously Pink's Reserve, there's the new pavilion that's being upgraded there. Most sides, they're doing really well. Obviously the women's, I think they're top 2 in 3rd division, and you've got the reserves that are sitting in a final spot, the 19s, and obviously obviously doing pretty well in 3rd and 4th division. Then you've got yourselves. It must make for a really great culture and must be a good time to be down at Pink's Reserve.
Yeah, it is. I know. Speaking to you, Josh, earlier in the year, I think it's, I was at Kilsyth, coached here in 09 to 13, went away, coached a few other spots and back in 2020. It's when I came back, was a focus on just playing all these young kids. I think our list turnover from 2020, there's a couple that have maybe dropped off, but no one's gone and played elsewhere. So the actual club is a good spot to be. We brought in 5 new guys this year and didn't lose a player. So from a senior point, that's a win for us already. People don't want to leave; they want to be there. And this year, having no rooms, could have been an easy go. This is going to be a hard year. No losing anyone. They're seeing what's going on. The stuff that we're going to have in all the different change rooms, the gym equipment we're going to have. They're going to have access to that. They won't need gym membership more. They can get entry into it. Outside of footy club hours. I think in 4th division, Surrey are going really well, obviously, as a club. They got their junior program, but I think besides them, we're probably the most equipped to go up. I don't think many of the other teams. I think we've had something like 11 or 12 junior teams from 8s up to 17s, and 19s probably struggling a little bit this year, just getting by. But our 17s are a really good crop. They'll come up next year, have a couple of years there, and the women's program, as I said, the facilities once those rooms are built. I'd argue with anyone, it's be better than any Premier Division facilities going around when that's up and running. So, anyone's out there looking for a game of footy, it's going to be a really good place to be. And as I said, with all those juniors, it's not just now, it's not just next year. Some of these guys are going to be playing, when I'm long and done in 5-10 years, and they're still going to be in their mid-20s and going, this is a good place to be. So we believe we're equipped as a club to go up, whether that's this year, next year, or in 3 years. When we get there, we think we can stay there. That's the plan.
The future is definitely bright down there at Kilsyth, and we really appreciate you coming on pre-game and having a chat with us, Simon, and good luck for today as well.
Thanks, mate. Not too much barracking, Josh, please.
I'll try my best.
Keep an eye on him.
Yeah.
I'm sure they'll be keeping a very close eye, but we're going to go to a break here. When we return, we'll continue taking a look at all the games taking place around the grounds ahead of this big game between Surrey Park and Kilsyth.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
We pride ourselves on being the most transparent funeral company. All pricing on goods and services are available on our website. It's all there for you to see and make very informed decisions when planning a loved one's funeral.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home, at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to the Match of the Round pre-game show live here from Surrey Park Reserve for clash here between Surrey Park and Kilsyth. Josh Ward here alongside Ryan Long and Jared Beanland for pre-game. Before Simon Caldwell joined us, we were just taking a look at some of the games taking place around the grounds, Jared, and that was in Division. We'll continue taking a look at Premier Division and 2 really big clashes. Doncaster East Baldwin we'll touch on first up. This is a must-win for Doncaster East. If they lose here, they potentially slip down a little bit depending on results. And for Baldwin, they're looking to bounce back after, well, a bit of an underwhelming performance against Noble Park. Obviously, Noble Park to their best, but it was somewhat underwhelming for them out at Baldwin Park. So I think they'll look to respond here.
It was. I don't think we saw Baldwin at their best, unfortunately. And I'm sure all teams really want to put on their best. Especially for game day, I'm sure. And it's unfortunate that the Baldwin weren't able to manage that. I think Doncaster East. I think the one problem for me with them is that the one top 6 team that they've beaten has been Noble Park, and that's when Noble Park were in a bit of a slump. I just need Doncaster East to prove that they can beat the teams around them to me, and I don't think I can tip them just yet against the other top 6 teams until they have started actually beating them, or at least being competitive. If it's a close margin here against Baldwin, I definitely would sit up and pay attention to the Lions in their finals aspirations going forward. But if it's 5-6 goal loss or more, then I'm really starting to question the Lions a little bit.
Yeah, and obviously they have a bit of a wood over, might have a bit of a mental edge over Baldwin, given the last time these two met. This is the first meeting since the 2022 elimination final where Doncaster East, they were massive winners, 63-point winners out there at Central Reserve. So that might play on the minds of some of the Baldwin players, Ryan. But I think this is going to be a lot closer than last time, and Baldwin should go in as favourites. Chris Mendlebury back into the lineup alongside Josh Wise, and Doncaster East, not too many changes. So I think it's going to be a very close matchup at Surrey's Reserve.
Oh, absolutely. Looking at the Oracles tips here, Doncaster East 85, Baldwin 78. So that does suggest that sort of similar close contest. And I think that game a couple of weeks ago against Noble, a bit of a blimp on the radar at the moment. I thought they were pretty flat that day. Noble Park, to their credit, just put so much pressure on, just gave them no space to move the ball, no time on that small oval. And they just, every time they got it, they had about 2 seconds to make a decision because you had an Noble Park player there ready to crunch them. So a different game, a different venue, obviously, this week. I expect them to bounce back. But I think this is going to be a fantastic contest, and we've got to see Doncaster East on the run home. We've got them looked in for a match of the round, because they're probably the one side that I think we haven't seen in Premier Division yet live, who are a big chance for the flag.
Yeah, they're definitely a big chance, and I think at their best they can take it up to the sides like Ball and Noble Park, East Ringwood. They're a very talented outfit, but I'm still backing the Lions in. You're right, I reckon that result was a bit of a blimp in the radar for them against Noble Park, so I think they're going to be I think they're going to bounce back. And then one final one, Blackburn versus Roval. Now I think this is probably the best game in Premier Division this weekend. I know Doncaster East is a big one, but this is third versus fourth. The winner will get third spot, and it would just give them massive confidence heading into the back end of the season, Jared.
Yeah, it's one of those 8-point games, I think, especially like these two teams are going to be competing for the same spot, essentially. I'd say it's really hard to tell who to give the edge to in
the
this
Oracle's
one.
tip?
Yeah, let's go for it.
Roval by 5 goals, 103 to 73. I think that's
I don't know. It's a little blown out of proportion, perhaps.
And Blackburn at home have certainly been really solid, Jared. They've won every game there, and they've been a high-scoring side. I think they're the second highest-ranked team in Premier Division, which was a surprise at the start of the season, because we thought that might even be an issue.
It really did look like, just given the list that Blackburn had, their scoring going forward, and that would be an issue for them, as you said. But I think their ball movement has just been excellent from the patches that we saw where they were playing really well against South Croydon. They were very careful, very precise with their ball movement, and it just seems to be paying dividends right now. They're able to push their midfielders forward. Their midfielders are multi-talented. They're able to score a lot of goals. When you've got Lawler and Hart going up there and kicking goals, and you still have Ainsworth in the centre to make sure that they have the clearances while they've got a couple of men out of place and pushing forward. That's it's a great variety of weapons that they have, Blackburn, and I'm really curious to see whether or not Roval can contend with that and can limit those scoring options.
Yeah, I think it will be interesting, but they do have the second best defence to Roval. I think the third best defence, they only concede 62 points against per game as well. So their defence is solid, and their attack is finally starting to click. You've got Lockie Wine down there who's not playing at the VFL level this week, and that's a massive inclusion. They bring back Trent Minard as well, and add that to the likes of Brooke Colclough, Lachlan McDonald in midfield alongside Nick Schoenmakers and Ruck. It's going to be a big ask, and Blackburn do lose Sam Hart. They bring in Lachlan Harry, but I think they're definitely... I'm starting to lean more towards Roval. I'll still back Blackburn just because at Moore Park, they've won all 4 games there this year. It's a tough ask out there, and I think they'll make it really tough for Roval, but it'll be interesting to see how they counteract Lockie One, which we talked about a bit yesterday, how Blackburn will be able to deal with someone of his quality. And it's going to be a big matchup though, Jared. Yeah,
they do have good defence, Blackburn. I particularly like the way the defence actually structures up and gives the opportunity to players like Connor Hinkley to take those intercept marks, and it's been really interesting to watch them develop as a team on all sort of lines of the ground, and I think defence is definitely a huge part of that. It's just whether or not they can handle that big key forward that's going to be such a threat, I suppose.
And they struggled against James Wilson when we saw, and obviously Ballin as well, containing that key forward. So I think they're an improved side since then and may be able to counteract that. Let's have a look at Division 1. We'll kick things off with Lilydale against North Ringwood. North Ringwood going as favourites, but again, we talked about it yesterday. It's a good opportunity for a little bit of an opportunity for Lilydale, just given North Ringwood has struggled on the road. I still think it's going to be a comfortable Saints win though, Ryan.
Oh, I think so. Lilydale have improved at certain stages, and with a young side, they sort of fluctuate in form from quarter to quarter. They had some really good quarters, and then obviously like last week against Croydon, started to probably drop off in that second half with the Blues' bigger bodies probably running over the top of them. The Oracle tip, actually, I believe this is the lowest score that
this is
a side's been given, 16 for Lilydale. I don't know the Oracle. I don't know how his tips work and how the margins work, but 66 to 44. And North Ringwood's not a high-scoring side
16
either.
to 44, yeah.
I don't think it'll be that low-scoring. I think they'll kick more than 2 goals, but I think it will be a low-scoring sort of game. Both sides haven't probably got that extra gear to give.
Yeah.
Even in North Ringwood's wins, they probably only average 8 or 9 goals in those games, and that's fine if they're able to get the job done, and they've been able to in the last few weeks. But again, I think they'll be able to take care of Lilydale.
Yeah, I think part of the reason that North Ringwood scores have been so low, even in their winning games, is just the way they play Quarmby. It's kind of similar to Bayswater in that they know how to limit the scoring options for their opposition on that ground, and that sort of like takes away the necessity of kicking a high score themselves. So I would say that's kind of North Ringwood's MO, and whether or not they can reproduce that at the LSO is another question. I can't really give Lilydale a shot in this one, just on past
it's hard
form.
to give them when they're
really
wearing 0-10. So
yeah,
we want to build the hope, but
I know.
It's hard.
Can't always do it.
You can't, unfortunately, and I think it's going to be hard to do so against North Ringwood. Bayswater against Beaconsfield. It's actually the 4th consecutive week Bayswater face a top 5 side. This time it's out on their home track of Bayswater Oval, and they don't make life easy. Much like Berwick at Edwin Flack Reserve, they don't make life easy out there at Bayswater Oval, and they want to put together a good performance against the Beaconsfield side that has dropped games like this against North Ringwood mainly, and I think they go in as favourites, Beaconsfield, but Bayswater will consider themselves a big chance.
They will, and they probably need a win because they haven't got one in the last month of football, I think. And their form at the start of the season, Jared, was really strong. They were really competitive. Lost to Montrose by 9 points. Matched up quite well against some other sides. Beat Croydon, I think. They beat Lilydale. They pinched another win as well.
Was it Norwalk?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, on the last kick of the day, I think. So that they have certainly got that performance in them, and they've dropped off a little bit. But Croydon now putting a lot of pressure on them with a couple wins in recent weeks. That I think unfortunately for Lilydale they would go down. But that 9th spot is it's dangerous. Everyone does not want to finish there because you do go down a division, and they're hanging on to 8th at the moment by a percentage. So they've got to pinch a couple of wins, maybe an upset. Today's an opportunity.
Today's especially given that they are playing at home, they are able to limit scoring options at home. So, similar to what I was talking about with North Ringwood, that defeats the necessity for them to kick a high score. And on Beaconsfield's part, I would say that it's tricky to know exactly. Is Jafar Ocker playing? He's not. So it's tricky to see. Hayden Brow's done well, and then there's another player there, the second highest goal scorer, Bowd. Yeah. So those are the two options that Bayswater are going to need to limit for Beaconsfield to not get over the top of them, and I think they have a chance to. I find it hard to tip Bayswater right now, just given what their form has been in the past month of footy, as you mentioned, Ryan. But Beaconsfield, they could be vulnerable here. Their spot in the 5 is also tenuous, and it's worth mentioning that they have that similar pressure pushing up, where Bayswater has Croydon pushing up against them. Beaconsfield have Mooroolbark pushing up against them and fighting for that 5th spot. So I think both teams are under pressure here in this game. So it'll be really interesting to see, who cracks, I guess.
Yeah, and I think I saw the Oracle before. I think it was Beaconsfield 65 to Bayswater
62.
So I think it probably could be that type of contest and really close as well.
I think it might be lower scoring.
Yeah,
I think so. Yeah,
I think it probably will be a bit more lower scoring, but I feel like it definitely can be that around the 60 mark, but I'd probably say 50 to 55, something like that. Mooroolbark against Croydon. Now this is a really interesting game because the Blues have won 2 of their last 3. Mooroolbark coming off a really, really good win against Wantirna South out at Walker Reserve as well. So they're starting to hit their straps, the Mustangs, and at home, it's going to be a big ask for Croydon, and I think it was 56 points when they met earlier in the season out there at Croydon Oval, so that may play on the minds of some of the Croydon players. So I think Moorpark go in as favourites, but don't discount Croydon just because they're starting to find their best form, I reckon, Jared.
Yeah, they are. But I think it's a case of just quality for Moorpark. They're consistent stars have been firing week after week. Ozzie Smith, and I think he's definitely been the main one. But you've also got Kane Noonan. Their midfield is just so strong, and I think that's where this game will be won or lost for both teams. I'm not sure if I can see Croydon necessarily outclassing Moorpark in the midfield. While they might be able to find that stinginess in defence that they did last year, especially against a team like Moorpark, who has lost a lot of forward options in the off-season, I still don't see the clearances going in favour of Croydon and them being able to hurt Moorpark when they go forward.
Yeah, I think there's no real standout midfielder, I reckon, for Croydon. Whereas you mentioned Ozzie Smith and Kane Noonan. Obviously, they're missing Caden Mack, who I don't think will be playing for the rest of the season, maybe. So that's a bit of a blow, but there's still plenty of class in that midfield.
They should, and Ozzie Smith's probably had one of the best seasons in Division 1 so far. He'd be certainly a favourite there to make the Team of the Year. And look, they got pummeled, Croydon, last time they played Moorpark. I think that game was over very early, so they've got a lot to improve on, and they do need to pinch probably a couple of upsets similar to Bayswater. They're in that spot. They've been a lot better last month. They've lost a lot of players, people going overseas, a couple of injuries, so it's been a tough year for them. But with the way they're going, they're playing some good footy, so they are a chance to certainly make something of this season. And although finals is not on the cards for them, Moorpark, there is finals on the cards. If they can continue to win in this next month of footy where they've got some winnable games, head into that Beaconsfield clash in a few weeks' time at Beaconsfield, you pinch that one, they could be in the top 5 by then. So a real big chance for Moorpark, I think, to get something going.
Yeah, it is a big opportunity for them, and I think... Jared?
Yeah, it would be a real shame if Moorpark did drop this, because it kind of counteracts that upset win against Wanturna South, which they'll hold that we may, if Moorpark do make the finals, we may look back at that Wanturna South game as either where it started for them, or just that one that they needed to pinch against one of the top sides. So to drop against Croydon would counteract that and would be a real disappointment, I'm sure, for Moorpark.
And it'd be much like Ringwood, who obviously won against Boronia, but then lost against Stocks. We'll touch obviously them a little later on, but I think they won't want to drop this one, especially at home. And I think the last time, obviously they lost when they last played at home a couple of weeks ago against Montrose, and I think they're only a fortnight ago, but I think they're a much better side after that Wanturna South win, and I think they should get up. What's the Oracle said about this game, Ryan?
Josh, I've just exited the
I hate to throw you under the bus.
I'm sorry, I've been a bit distracted. I've got emails going. I've got a couple other things looking at. I've lost the sheet. I can't find it.
All right, we'll have to call the Oracle up.
We'll have to call the Oracle up. Let's move on to Mitcham versus Wanturna South.
Yep.
Now, this is one or two really, really interesting clashes in Division 1. Two sides.
Josh, I've got it. Yeah.
There we go, finally.
Croydon to win this one, 66-52.
That's remarkable.
Oh,
there you go.
That's quite remarkable, and I think it definitely will be that scoreline, just because they're both very defensive minded, but it's still
the other way around. Do you reckon?
I reckon the other way around.
Yeah.
I think Moorpark get up here. Now let's touch on Mitcham versus Wanturna South. This is a massive clash out there at Walker Park. Two sides that, in recent history only like to play close games. The last time it was out at Walker Park, it was just 1 point. I think it was just 6 points when they met last year at Walker Reserve, and then 17 points earlier in the year. So they love a close game, these two, and I'm expecting no different out there at Walker Park.
Yeah, I would have to agree. I think Wanty South are going to really be smarting from that loss to Moorpark. They won't take that well, I don't think, especially given the expectations that they would have on this. When we went and saw them against Montrose, they acknowledged their lapses within games was an issue, particularly like in the last quarter, and they were able to arrest that on that day against Montrose, and may have thought that they had turned a corner, but it just seems like it hasn't happened, and it's not happening consistently for Wani South. So they'll want to take, regardless of the result, they'll want a 4-quarter performance against Mitcham here today.
And I think it's going to, against Mitcham as well, Ryan, they're always going to give you a 4-quarter performance. So
they will. And we've seen enough from Mitcham this year to know what they are capable of. They're a certainty to play finals this year. Will be a premiership contender, 100%. But it is a really, as Jared said, it's a big day for Montana South. They are the side that we're looking at to improve on. That loss last week was a bit of a surprise. If they do want a top 3 spot, now that's where you've got to finish. You're going to win the flag, I think, because 4th versus 5th in the first week in the finals, in the elimination final. Hard to make a grand final from there, so you really got to want to finish in that top 3, and they just can't afford slip-ups, again, like the Murubak one, and then they may have to pinch 1 or 2 upsets against a Montrose or a
South Belgrave.
And this is
tricky.
Big chance for them today. I really think if they come in the right mindset, they might win. I'll stick with Mitcham.
Yeah,
but I think they're a chance.
Yeah, I have to agree with that assessment, just because Montana South definitely have the capabilities, they have the players. It's just been cohesion, perhaps, that hasn't quite gelled for Montana South, the team cohesion, and a mindset thing as well. Like you hate to sort of like say, sometimes it is above the shoulders, because that's questioning sort of mentality, but sometimes that is what it is. That's a huge part of footy, and I think Montana South, they need to address that.
Yeah, and what's the Oracle said about this game as well, Ryan?
They have Mitcham winning 85 to Montana South 58.
That's a bit of a surprise. That's a bit of a surprise. I think it'll be
lost faith in Montana South.
Yeah, the Oracle. I think it lost a little bit of faith after that performance, but I think Mitcham could definitely kick that score. Montana South can probably kick high, and I think it'll be a bit of a shootout there, and it'll suit Mitcham, who gained Jake Parenti as well. Or we think they gain Jake Parenti, but if he does play, that's going to be a massive inclusion for Mitcham in that forward line. And I'm backing them in. And then the final one out at South Belgrave, it's the Saints up against Montrose. This is a really exciting matchup. I see a shocked look on your face, Jared.
I've just looked at the Oracle's tips for this one. They've tipped Montrose to beat South Belgrave by 11 points.
I think the Oracle's been drinking.
Yeah, it's a bit too much wine.
It's an interesting one, because I wouldn't be surprised. Montrose have that capability. If they really flick the switch, when they get their attack going, they've got a really strong midfield. You talk about Hall, Greg Lord, Descent. I think Watson's still out with an injury, but they have a lot of midfield talent that I think they can match South Belgrave in that area. It's just the consistency from them. It's been better in the last few weeks, but compared to that to South Belgrave, they've not done anything wrong all season. They've been on each week, even with the players that they've had out at certain times. Your Caden Blacks, Peters are quite underrated. The Garners, although they're all in the side at the moment, have missed time. Tim Smith has missed a few games.
Yep.
They've really had a lot of injuries, a lot of movement around, but they're sitting 10-0. So
it doesn't seem to worry them.
You can't back against them until they give us a reason to.
Yeah.
You've just got to tip them.
You can't.
I have to agree. And I mentioned on the podcast yesterday that it seems like they are just sort of like going through and ticking boxes and, beating some of the lower sides as they should, but not like blowing them out of the water. But if you look at the margins, it's still big. There's still convincing wins, and it's really sort of tricky to see them not step up once again. Now they're playing against a team that's also contending for a premiership in Montrose. It's really hard not to see them just click up another gear and really pull out a performance that's worthy of their lossless record.
Yeah, and they gained Caden Black as well into the lineup. Mitch Cox for I think a week with VFL duties, and that's a massive in. Phil Costa as well into that defence. It just strengthens a really underrated defensive lineup. Obviously, the attack is prone, but that defence is as strong as any. So it's going to be a big ask for Montrose with those players coming in, and they've got that continuity, but I think it's with only the one change this week, but I think it's South Belgrade that should get up. Let's touch on Division 2. First up, Upper Gully against Knox. Knox coming off their first win of the season, and Upper Gully obviously defeated them earlier in the year, but the Falcons will be flying high, no pun intended there, but they'll be flying high after that victory and should go in as favourites.
Yeah, I'd have to agree with that. It's really hard to see Upper Fentree Gully pinching this win, replicating the performance that they did against Knox in, I think, round 2 or 3 it might have been earlier in the season, especially just given the fact that Knox, they're under a new coach, Steve Buckle. We knew, I think, from the outset that they would struggle to start at the start of the year, and then improve as the new game plan starts to take place, and the players start to embody some more of the on-field values that Steve Buckle will be trying to drill into them, and it just seemed to all come together there in that Ringwood game. Not a full-quarter performance, but enough of a performance where they're able to fend off in that last quarter.
Yeah, and I think it was pretty much 3.5 quarters where they were the dominant side. They just let Ringwood against with the wind as well in that final quarter, let them get back into the contest and nearly snatch victory from them. But yeah, I think they should get the win. The Oracle has said Knox 62 to Upper Gully 44 as well. So
might be a higher scoring game than that.
I think so.
At Kings Park though,
maybe not.
Yeah.
Maybe not. And I think both sides are a bit defensive as well. So
yeah,
it probably won't be that high scoring out there. Mulgrave against the Basin. I tip the Basin as my Super Boost Ruppy here. I give them a chance just because you can't trust Mulgrave, but it's desperation stations for the Lions, just given they're contending for finals, but obviously they've got the extra game, and I think they sit a game behind Eastfield, so they need to win this one, Ryan.
Yeah, season sitting barely alive. It's on a thread at the moment with that extra game on Good Friday. They're a game behind. I think they're a percentage behind as well, so they're in a bit of trouble. Just got to win this one. They've got to win those 3 games against Upper Fentree Gully and Knox and the Basin. Win all those, and you're just forced to pull off an upset. They won't play East Burwood again, so that's a bit of a problem for them. They will play Ringwood, defeat them early in the season, win that one, and then you've got to be able to knock off as hard as it is, you've got to knock off a Templestowe or Waverley Blues or a Verona or a Heathmont.
Yeah.
And I just don't see it happening for them. They've got a lot of talent on that lineup, and obviously, with Fletcher Roberts down there, very reliable to kick 4 or 5. Boothie's closing in on a milestone today on the amount of goals he's kicked. I'll try and look that up and find that. So they've certainly got a lot of talent, and I think they're probably maybe another year off.
Yeah, I agree. And I think even when that talent is firing, when Boothie and when Roberts do get a high amount of goals on the board for a game, it doesn't necessarily mean that Mulgrave's winning. And that's, I think, a tricky thing for them to contend with, because it seems like it's, maybe a bottom 6 players sort of an issue. They need that improvement to come from the bottom up and the foundations of them themselves. What have you got there, Ryan?
He's on 699 senior goals, Jared.
So he's just one.
Just one off today, so looking for number 700 in front of his former teammates who will be down there, I'm sure. He's 285th senior game, so closing on 300 games as well. That's how old is he now, Josh?
He's probably in his 40s now.
But he'll still go on for another 5 years with the form he's in.
By the looks of it.
Yeah, I reckon he will. He'll go on into his 50s. I reckon at this rate he's going that well. But
he only kicked 1 goal last week, didn't he?
Yeah.
I feel like so he was probably expecting to kick his 700.
Maybe he was saving it for the home game.
Yeah, saving it for the crowd. Yeah,
I reckon he probably was saving it for the crowd. But I think he'll probably get past that 700 mark. But and I'm tipping Mulgrave, but the Basin's still my Super Boost Ruppy. The Oracle has tipped the Basin 68 to 52.
Yep.
It's
on your train.
Yeah. It's good to see, but it's still a bit of a surprise. I think it'd be a lot closer than that, but I still back the Lions in. Ringwood against Templestowe. I think it's safe to tip the Dockers there, and the Oracle has tipped them to win 75 to 62. 2 other big games we'll briefly touch on. Waverley Blues against East Burwood first up. Now, it's a real test for East Burwood. They're first in the last couple of weeks. Obviously, they're gone players back, and this is against the Waverley Blues side that's bring back Ben Turner and Tom Langford amongst many names.
Steele, they've brought some talent back, Josh, and the Oracle here has them losing to East Burwood 62-96.
I think I figured out who the Oracle is.
Yeah.
Spider.
There's one person who might be behind this, but look, they've probably haven't been in the best of form of recent weeks. Those inclusions, if they do all play this week, will certainly help. They had a really tight game against East Burwood early in the year. For their sake, similar to when we were talking about Wanturna South, they've got to finish top 3, probably to have a real crack at it. Whoever finishes 4th is going to be unlucky out of those 4 leading the way.
Yep.
It is hard to win a flag from that 4th or 5th spot. So for them, it's a big one. They've just got to keep winning. East Burwood, similar thing. They're sitting in 5th, but they'll have, especially Ringwood, really charging behind them. So lots of play for both sides.
I'd say so, and I think I made the point on the podcast yesterday is that the only time Waverley Blues has beaten one of those fellow top 4 teams was round 1 against Templestowe, and I think Templestowe's improved leaps and bounds since that game. And round 1s, you can't always trust the round 1 clash to give you much of a projection towards the season, because players are just starting to fire up, and some players might be a little underdone and whatnot. So I would say this is a really important game for Waverley Blues to prove that they start to keep proving that they belong in that top 4.
Absolutely.
And I would say East Burwood, it's again an important clash for them to win, given that they need to hold that 5th spot.
It is an important clash, and we're going to go to a break here on the Eastland Match of the Round. When we return, we'll bring in the rest of the call team ahead of this big Division 4 game between Surrey Park and Kilsyth.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in, because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, why yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice cleansing, kickboxing, personal training frenzy. And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair.
Yeah, that's great.
Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home, at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
There's no mystery about our pricing. It is clearly displayed on our website and our app. We have staff standing by 24 hours a day, every day of the year to assist you in your absolute time of need.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
There are only 3 things that should be flushed down your toilet: pee, poo and paper. Some wet wipes and antibacterial wipes say that you can flush them, but you can't. They clog up the toilet and pipes, causing expensive blockages. Save yourself a truckload of trouble. Put your wet wipes in the bin. To learn more, head to the Yarra Valley Water website, yvw.com.au/wet-wipes.
Hi, Dylan Dow from the Baroni Football Netball Club here. When I need to grab a quick coffee or a bite to eat, I'm popping into Eastland. Eastland's more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been a major partner of the EFNL since 2018. Cheers, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Yes, welcome to the Eastland Match of the Round at its Surrey Park Reserve Division 4. The first time we've been able to cover this division all season, and two great sides to be watching, Surrey Park and Kilsyth. Last year's grand finalists taking on the 2023 ladder leaders, coming into round 11 here. I'm Ryan Long, media manager of the Eastern Football Netball League, here to cover all the action with Josh Ward, who'll be sitting beside me in the commentary chair. You've had people come past you every 2 seconds, want to have a chat
Mr.
with you.
Popular.
You're going to have to put them aside and focus on the game, but I'm sure you're looking forward to what is a really interesting clash between two great clubs of Division 4.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to, as I mentioned in the podcast yesterday, not just seeing Surrey Park, but Kilsyth. This is my first time seeing them live, and I've heard plenty about them as well. I've chatted with Simon Caldwell a fair bit, and just as James Kenworthy, another high for me there. But yeah, it's going to be an interesting game. I'm really looking forward to seeing both sides. These two, the two best sides in Division 4, and I reckon we're in for a really entertaining clash out here, Ryan.
And also joining us in special comments, Ray Baird. Ray, have you watched much footy down here before at Surrey Park?
Yes, I was here a couple of seasons ago when they played Donville here, and that was a top of the ladder clash as well. If my memory's right, there wasn't a lot in that game either.
So expecting another close one today, and look at the conditions. It is going to rain shortly. As you're watching, if you're watching on our YouTube or Facebook streams, you'll see that the sun is out at the moment, and certainly a bit of wind out there. It is quite cold, and there will be a bit of rain to come shortly, which may play a bit of a factor in the game.
Round about 3 o'clock, I think, the rain's forecast. But look, when I come in here and I sit down and I look at the landscape out there, for a minute I thought I was back in Hong Kong with all those Box Hill high rises and all that over the back here. That skyline certainly changed over the year.
Oh, it has. And I didn't even know how to get out here. I was on the East Link today, and I drove past where I had to get off. Almost did the full trip to the city and back just to get here, but we did make it eventually. Paul Uconi also joining us in the Stats Centre this afternoon. Paul, welcome.
Thank you, Ryan. Should be a good game between these two sides. Top of the ladder clash. Nice and windy as it was last week, and but yeah, I think it's going to be a very close game. When the rain comes in, I think it's going to be very congested, and you're going to see a lot of the ball on the ground, I reckon.
Absolutely. Who's your tip for this afternoon?
I'm going to go Surrey Park, but by under a kick.
Under a kick, so certainly be a close one if that's the case. Ray, your pick today?
I'm going to stick with the top side, with Kilsyth. I just think that, you look back over the season, I think they've travelled a lot better, and particularly in the last couple of weeks, Surrey have fallen off a little bit in their contest. But no, look, I think Kilsyth will be just a little bit too strong.
I'm certainly going the same way with their injuries. Surrey Park have had a few, and Kilsyth have pretty much been able to keep everyone on the park almost, and are in really good form. So Kilsyth to me, Josh. I have a feeling I know where you're going, but
you don't need to ask me even. I'm still backing Surrey. They've got back some players: Cal and Matt Garvin, George Haynes, Lockie Bacon, and Josh Durand as well come back into the lineup. So a bit of experience and some key players in. They obviously lose Tom Smith, but I think, and Kilsyth, I think it's Sean Curry that comes back into the lineup, and Travis Browning, two experienced members and two key players of this side. I'm still backing Surrey, but I'm going to be the same as Paul. I think it'll be single digits though. I think it'll be very close.
Josh, I'll tell you why the reason I'm picking Kilsyth. I saw the last quarter and a half the other week when Surrey went down to Scoresby. And a lot of the reason was that I think it was the couple of big guys that Scoresby had around the ground, certainly told in the last quarter. And I just think that Kilsyth will be a little bit too big body-wise around the contest today.
Yeah, I think they have those bigger bodies, and I think it also came down to a lack of leadership as well. There was obviously some young leaders, but Kenworthy did his calf in that game. Obviously, they were missing Matt Garvin. George Haynes was playing, but they were missing a bit of leadership, and that's what happened against Surrey Park as well. They dropped their heads and lost a little bit of leadership. Didn't have any leaders to stand up and help them get over the line. But I think I think they get that leadership back, and that might be the difference today.
Yeah, all in all, it's going to be a great contest. As Paul alluded to, I don't think there's going to be a big margin in this, Paul. I'd go for probably 2 goals in my margin.
Yeah, I reckon so as well. 1 to 2 goals.
Well, let's hope so for a close one here. And also joining us on the boundary line this afternoon, Dylan Smith and Jared Beanland. Dylan, your thoughts on the game? Just also the conditions down there. I know the wind's probably dropped off in the last minute or so, but it did seem quite big before.
It's it's definitely dropped off, but it's still there, if that makes sense. So hasn't completely gone. Other than that, the conditions are pretty good, but we do know some rain is coming, and that's definitely going to have an effect on the game. Probably in that case, I'd be leaning towards Kilsyth with those bigger bodies that you mentioned. But Josh Ward does have me drinking the Surrey Park Kool-Aid, so...
I'm glad to know I've had an effect on you, Dylan. Jared, your thoughts on this game?
Yeah, I would have to agree with that assessment about the bigger bodies of Kilsyth. It's a big step up on what they had last year because, seeing them at Croydon North, they were a very quick, very fleet-footed side, and I think, against Croydon North, that was fine. But adding that extra element to their game is probably part of the reason that they sit top of the ladder currently. And while, I still have faith in Surrey Park, I would say they're probably still my premiership favourites. I just think this current streak of form that they're in, they're not necessarily going to be completely up to challenging Kilsyth today. I'd say Kilsyth is my pick for this one.
Thanks, Jared. And boys, you might have to make friends with one of the boxes there because if the rain comes, you've got no coverage there. Looking at where you're at the moment.
Yeah.
No, we don't. But look, honestly, I'm sure either one of them will be happy to accommodate us. I think both teams have been pretty great to us as as the whole media team, and it's been really nice the time that they've been able to give us.
Absolutely, we did hear from both coaches in the pre-game, Josh, and look, it's good to get down here because we haven't been here all season for a Division 4 game. They do play some quality football still, and there's a lot of good players out there. And we talked about Kilsyth with coming, being able to attract those Division 1 sorts of players. And someone like just watching some footage in the week of Kilsyth, Weikart is just phenomenal at this level, and you look at McNay that comes down, Drossler, that they've been able to attract some really good talent. That speaks volumes of Kilsyth's ability to bring those players to this level. Yeah,
and I'm glad as well. We're back out here as well. It means only a 5-minute walk, and unlike you, I don't get lost on my way out here. No. So it's it's quite remarkable the Division 1 talent they've been able to bring in, and they've also brought in Hayden Daniel and Bailey Ray from Moorbark as well. They're not the most recognised names, but they do have that Division 1 experience with Moorbark, so it just shows the trajectory of the club and how upwards it's going. It's really exciting to see, and you look at Surrey Park as well. They've obviously been able to attract players but bring them back to the club.
Absolutely, and Ray, if you look at Kilsyth, they're a very young side too. Surrey Park is as well, but speaking to Simon in the pre-game, he is pretty confident if they do happen to win the premiership this year, they've got a good future ahead with their juniors as well to be able to continue that rise.
Yeah, I was sitting in my car and I heard Simon talking about that just pre-game, and he's dead right. They brought quite a few youngsters into the side over the season as well, and their juniors have already always been fairly strong anyhow. And look, both of these sides are ready to go up a division, without a doubt.
Yeah, absolutely.
When you have clubs that are playing in finals year after year, and these two clubs have been, more so Surrey than Kilsyth, but 2 years in a row in the finals, it's time to go up. That's my opinion. But Josh, I spoke to you a couple of weeks ago off air when I drove past and saw the centre cricket pitch here at Surrey, and it was absolutely terrible. And that was the week after I was at Doncaster East, and that was as well. So I really got stuck into the White Horse Council there on that. But just now, look, the centre wicket area is fantastic, but there's only this forward area right in front of the club rooms here that I think that, if you're kicking this way, you'll try to avoid that pocket.
Well, you'd have to, Josh, and just watching Nick Ken take a set shot just before, I just watched his boot just sink into the ground in that little patch there. So I'm sure they would probably tell players to avoid that area of the ground.
Yeah, I think, and I know they avoided at training as well. It's not the greatest, Nick. It's perfect for us because it's parked right in front of us here. But yeah, it's improved the ground. outside of this area is actually in decent nick, not as in good a nick as, say, a Jubilee Park or a H.A. Parker, but it's still in decent nick. It's just that patch in front of us. We've gotten pretty lucky where we're sitting from, Ryan. We've got the perfect view of it right here.
Yeah, but we do. It certainly, you can probably see that on the broadcast as well in those conditions, which will make certainly for an interesting game today. And obviously with the rain coming eventually around 3 o'clock, you've probably got to get off to a good start to really, before the rain comes. You don't want to be sitting there 5 goals behind when the conditions do make it quite tough. It's a bit of a later start today. It was meant to start at 2:20 and then change to 2:30. We're just waiting, I believe, on the umpires who aren't out on the ground.
No, I believe the umpires will be doubling up after doing the reserve games. That's usually what's happened in the last couple of weeks. So, they've probably been running through this little patch of mud in front of us here, so they need to clean up a bit.
Well, it is hard at this time of the year. It is freezing, and a lot of people drop off. We're a shorter crew today. A few out, umpires a few out. I'm sure players are loving to get away at the moment, go off to Europe in the summertime over there and avoid the winter down here in Melbourne. It is quite chilly, but we're looking forward to this clash. Just a couple of last thoughts from you, Josh. Obviously knowing Surrey's side very well. The ins that do come into the side this week, how important are they in their role to sort of give them a bit more of a spark, especially in the middle of the ground?
I think Bacon will definitely give a lot more of a spark. Before he had that injury and it was against Kilsyth, he'd had a really great start to the season in midfield and has Premier Division experience with Blackburn. That's how he came across, because he was a good mate with James Kenworthy during his time then. I think he was playing senior footy not that long ago at the Whitehorse Pioneers as well, and playing consistently there. So he's a handy inclusion and adds a bit of grunt into midfield. Haynes adds some leadership, as does Matt Garvin, to the defensive lineup, and he's a really good interceptor, George Haynes, and has one of the best moustaches in Division 4, I have to say as well. There's a couple on the Kilsyth side of things, but he does have a pretty good one. But they add a lot of leadership. They add a lot of leadership into that defensive lineup to Garvin and Haynes. And Garvin's also playing his first senior game for Surrey Park in 10 years. He last played 10 years ago, and obviously stints at Vermont and Montana South. So some handy players there. And Durand, I think he's going to play midfield, so a bit of a bigger body in midfield as well. Can be thrown into defence. I think previous times I've seen him play in defence, as the umpires come onto the ground now. I'm sure they're enjoying walking onto that mud patch over there. And
look, even they're avoiding it. You saw the young boy there having to move around it. It is quite thick there, the mud. So certainly be interesting, but we're moments away from starting, Ray.
And just at this point, mate, I just want to send a cheerio out there to Rod Paisley. I know he'll be watching this game somewhere at home or hospital, wherever he is, and he's been waiting for this clash for probably 6 or 8 weeks now. So, Wacker, enjoy the game, mate, and I'm stuck with your side, mate. You'll get over the line.
Absolutely. A beloved Kilsyth man, and I'm sure he's looking forward to
the other thing I just want to point out, we can't downplay the importance of this game. You've played once, there's been a draw. They meet again in round 18, so the importance of winning this game, just to get the right over the opposition. It's so important to win this game for both sides today.
And also Surrey Park especially, because now they sit third, so they have been in that top 2 all season. Now they've dropped out. Scoresby are going to certainly want to come home strong. They played an extra game, but they lose this one today, Surrey Park. Then it's a lot more pressure in the back half of the season. They really can't slip up. So very crucial today. And the toss of the coin?
The toss has just been done. Kilsyth won it through Mitch Jacobs. They're kicking to the right of your screens, or to the Aqualink end, not Aqua Nation, not Aqua Hub, Aqualink. And I'll be really annoyed if anyone calls it out otherwise. Or to the right of your radio dials, and sorry, to the left of your radio dials.
The logic of winning the toss and kicking that end is because the wind's blowing that way now, and if the rain comes later, the wind's going to die. So I hope Kilsyth be looking to get off, to maybe a 3 or 4 goal lead by quarter time, and then if the rain comes, you can defend that lead.
Let's go boundary side to Dylan Smith.
Yeah, we just got a late number change, guys. Wearing the number 63 will be Josh Durand.
Josh Durand in the number 63, usually in 15. So he'll be 63. There he is in the middle of the ground at the moment, making his way to his position on the field. We're just a minute away here from the start of the game. As we said, both sides in some great form this season. Kilsyth being the big surprise, ladder leaders.
And Durant's going straight to Jaden Weikart as well.
That's a big job for him this afternoon. Weikart's had a fantastic start to the season. His first year at the Cougars. So we just about get underway here for the Division 4 match of the round. It is Surrey Park versus Kilsyth. Josh Ward to take us underway.
So Sean Curry up against Jacob Woodfull, and it's Woodfull who got the tap down to Kennedy, who found Lachlan Bacon, gets the first clearance. They're going inside 50. Surrey Park trying to find Pollock. No one can take the mark, and a good tackle there applied by Mitch Molnar. Umpire pings the Kilsyth man, so Mitch Molnar, a good tackle there on a number 26 for Kilsyth. Jared and Dylan, if you can go down there, but an early chance here for Mitch Molnar to kick the first. He'll kick from directly in front. Distance might be a problem. It's
kicking into the wind, is he?
Yeah, it's about 45 metre arcs, I'd say, out here, or maybe that's being generous, probably 40, 45 metre arcs. As Molnar comes in now. Looks decent off the boot, hasn't got the legs, it doesn't have the accuracy. It has the legs, but it's just gone through for a minor score. So the first blemish of today for Surrey Park, they go to one behind. Kilsyth yet to score, just under a minute played in this first quarter.
So just a minor score there for Surrey Park as Kilsyth look to bring it out through Brendan Jostler, who's come to the club this season. Kicks it out of their back half to a pack of plays. Surrey got some numbers out the back if it gets there. Free kick awarded and is going towards Kilsyth.
Yeah, that push was there. We could see that from up here.
Yes, go boundary side to Jared Beanland.
Just a quick another jumper change there, this time for Kilsyth.
We've just lost you there, Jared, as McNay goes inbound and finds his target in Daniel. Daniel to send them inside 50 for Kilsyth. Out the back here. Chance of Surrey Park to keep this going their way, punching it towards the boundary line. Picked up here by Garvin. Garvin goes down the line. A big fly there by Can, went early. And here's the intercept mark for Kilsyth. And they'll go back inside 50. That's the number 26 that Jared was trying to get to us, but he cut out. We'll get to him shortly as Kilsyth send the ball inside 50. Mark not taken. And there's going to be a ball up. Yes, we'll go boundary side to Jared Beanland again.
Not the number 21 today.
So tossed up there, and Surrey Park get the clearance. Pollock latches onto the ball, finds Cal Garvin, bursts the speed for one of the inclusions today, goes down the line, looking for Renan Fallahay who can fly from behind, but Bailey Ray read that really well and picks up the intercept there. He's looking inboard, not too many options to go to, so instead he'll be forced to go down the line here, and Woodfull is parked right under this for Surrey. He took the mark. Jared Arthur tried his best to affect the spoil there, but didn't. A grubber of a kick into the middle of the ground by Woodfull. Found Kennedy, who found Lachlan Bacon. He'll pick up his own ball, though, will Kennedy. Gets a handball over the top here to Cal Garvin, looking for options. Nice stance step on McKinley Aiden. Goes into the middle, looking for Ken. A dangerous kick. It won't pay off. Plenty of pressure around this ball. Lachlan Bacon's able to pick it up. Got the handball away to Molnar. He's going inside 50, looking for Fallahay. Affected the spoil. Kobe Vitaka. Was he pinged? He is, and that's holding the ball. I think Kobe Vitaka is wearing the number 10 as well now, fellas. And free kick there going to Brandon Drosler and 25.
Yeah, he did play on, but the man on the mark cannot move until the umpire calls it. That's why the 25.
And certainly there as Drosler looks to switch the play. It's a turnover though. Surrey intercepted. There was a chance there for Blair. Got the ball going forward. Now inside 50 mark taken. They're going to get a set shot. So they did very well. And Pollock will have a shot on goal looking for the first goal of the game.
Probably have to aim for the right-hand goal post because the wind is sort of blowing across to this side of the ground a little bit. So we'll just see how he goes.
Certainly going to be a tough kick in these conditions with the wind. The sun has already disappeared. Was there about 10 minutes ago. As the dark clouds approach. Pollock comes in for goal number 1 of match of the round to the right. So just a minor score. Surrey Park 0 goals 2. Kilsyth yet to score on the Bendigo Bank, and we've gone 4 minutes in the first quarter as we go.
Ryan, you sure that sun's gone in, or has it gone behind those Hong Kong buildings over there?
I think let's go down boundary side to Jared Beanland.
Behind that kick here, he had the right idea of aiming for the right goalpost, just overcompensated a little bit for the wind, unfortunately.
So kick in there from Jostler, dangerous kick into the middle of the ground. Janane couldn't hold on to the mark there. Angus Sutherland is out the back there, got the handball away, looking for Woodfull. Doing really well there was Lamb. He got the handball out to McKinley Aiden, who's been who's had a big impact early on. His kick's not the greatest. Found Ryan Kennedy. All the composure in the world from Kennedy, and he finds the big defender, Damon Janane. And Woodfull's calling for it out wide. He goes instead back to Ryan Kennedy. Slowly building up this ball, Surrey. He goes back to George Haynes,
Not
the
15.
vice-captain. It is called not 15 play on. He goes back to Jack McLaren here. He goes further across the ground there and finds Lachlan Peters. He goes to half-back flank here. Finds Sam Porter. He's had a great start to senior life. Dangerous kick. Couldn't find Kobe Vitaka. Glare's looming around this ball on far side centre wing, and he's wrapped up, and we'll have a ball up right near our boundary riders out there. Paul?
The tackles so far in this game, 5-3 in favour of Surrey Hills.
Surrey Park, I think.
Surrey Park even.
I think my dad played at Surrey Hills as we get a ball
Well,
up on the far side.
Surrey Hills suburb.
It is, yeah, that is correct. We get a ball up. Good transition from Surrey Park to get onto that far side and switch the play. A free kick here going the way of Kilsyth. They'll take the advantage. They go inside 50. The kick towards the boundary line. Curry struggling to keep that in. He certainly did pretty well as they have a shot on goal. Tough angle, and that is out of bounds on the full.
Oh, yep.
So no score. Still yet to score at the moment on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. Surrey Park 2 behinds.
I would have been worried there if the ball had gone into the cricket nets.
It's hard to tell what sort of crowd we got here because, on that outer side of the ground, you can't get any cars in or things like that. And a lot of people probably down below us, below the grandstand.
I think that's where, majority of the crowd will be this afternoon, right in front of us on the broadcast side.
Or in the social rooms. It's Ladies' Day out here.
That is true. It is Ladies' Day here at Surrey Park. You can hear it probably in the background.
There's a rave going on in the change room.
There's a markers taken here for Surrey Park, and Bailey Ray's had a strong start to this afternoon.
He's had 3 or 4 possessions already.
Absolutely, plenty of intercept marks. Takes his time to make a decision here. Goes inboard, smart kick, big fly from a few players there. Ball hits the ground. Chance now for Goodison. Got his handball out. Surrey Park got to put some pressure on here. Walt tried to get his kick, but it went backwards. And now Surrey Park's pressure. They've got some numbers. Passing over the top. Here's the chance to Allison. Takes his time. Passes it backwards. A lot of pressure on this player underneath it. And he's been rewarded a free kick. So Garvin.
Another player that's had quite a few possessions already, young Garvin.
Absolutely. That's Callum Garvin, the 2 Garvin out there this afternoon. Short kick finds Bacon back in the side this weekend. Important player for the Panthers. Bacon down the line, just get inside their forward half. Punched from behind. Small handball there from Aton. Didn't quite hit his target. But a good follow-up tackle. Sees the ball stopped here. We'll get a stoppage in front of us.
Surrey a bit reluctant to bomb the ball down forward. They're just chipping it around because Kilsyth have got the ability to drop a couple of big guys back.
So Browning's up against Woodfull. Woodfull out-muscled him. Only got the tap down to McKinley Aiden, and we'll have a secondary ball up. Paul Yukone in the stats centre.
Kilsyth leading the intercept marks 3-1. So just alluding to your comments earlier about Kilsyth dropping numbers back there, Ray.
So Woodfull got the tap down from behind. Again, it's locked up here. Applying the tackle there. Nick Cairn on Peter Wall, and we'll have another ball up here. Wall, one of the more experienced players of this Kilsyth outfit, as Browning will go up against Woodfull once more, and it's Woodfull who got the tap behind looking for Fallahay, but he was beaten to it there by Jacob Machete, and he tapped it out of bounds. So we'll have a boundary throw in right in front of us. 8.5 minutes gone, still just the 2 behinds to Surrey Park. Kilsyth yet to score as boundary umpire tosses the ball back into play. Woodfull got front position and the tap down, looking for Bacon. He'll latch onto this ball, Will Bacon. McNay doing really well there. Browning picks up the ball. Fallahay gets the kick inside 50, looking for Nick Cairn. Nice spin move. He got the handball back to Kane Fallahay, and there's going to be a sling paid to Nick Cairn. He's a bit slow to get up, but the leading goal kicker of Division 4, he's kicked 38 goals this season. There is a bit going on here.
The feeling in it.
Yeah, there is a bit of a rivalry between these two as well, and there's going to be a lot of feeling between these two. As Nick Cairn, well, he's right in the middle of that mud patch, and he's going to go for goal. Goal here, Paul Yukone.
They need to take these set shot opportunities early on in the game before the rain comes, because given the conditions, they have to take every opportunity they get from the set shot.
Play on the mark, trying to interrupt him as Can goes from outside 50. It won't have the distance. Big pack of players on the ground, and Kilsyth spoil it through for a minor score. So Surrey 3 behind, missing their chances. Kilsyth yet to score. Just under 10 minutes played here in this first quarter.
You certainly saw him have to come off his mark, because otherwise he's going to run straight into that patch of mud in front of him. Difficult set shot certainly is, as Kilsyth. The kick might just go straight back to Ken. Couldn't quite take the mark. Now a chance for Molnar. Kicks it into space. Finds his man off to Bacon. Shot on goal for the first of the afternoon. Bacon kicks it, and Surrey Park are on the board. 1-3-9 to Kilsyth yet to score. 10 minutes gone in this first quarter.
Yeah, the fullback kicking out from the behind didn't hit his target, and Surrey were able to capitalise on it, and a great goal there to Lockie Bacon.
On return as well, he'll love that, and he had a bit of a celebration there. Did the Pig, as he's known out here? The couple of interesting nicknames out here, I'll add, as we slowly wait for the ball to get into the middle of Surrey Park here. 1-3-9. The Panthers, Kilsyth yet to score. They've had most of the territory though, Surrey Park. It's been in Kilsyth attacking 50, but Surrey Park on top early. Is in ruck now is Higgins. Got the tap down for Surrey Park and follows up his work. A tackle applied there on Brandon Drosler. Paulie Coney in the stats centre.
Inside 50s in this first quarter, 5-3 in favour of Surrey Park.
Higgins got the tap down, but only to McNay. He's going to half forward flank here on the broadcast side. Sam Porter spoils that out of bounds for a boundary throw in. The one of 5 under-19 eligible players in this lineup is Sam Porter. So again, it's great to see the young players coming through at Surrey. And we've played just under 11 and a half minutes here in this first quarter. Ball will be tossed back into play. Browning up against Ryan Higgins, and throws a bit short. Browning got front position, tried to take it out of ruck, couldn't. Big pack of players emerge. Angus Sutherland got the handball away, but only to Weigart, who shrugs off Clare, goes inside 50. It's out of bounds, the umpire says, and
that throw-in was obviously short. Maybe they should have called it back, because both sides, no one got the advantage from it, but it just needs either the boundary umpire come in a few more paces, or because he is throwing it into that wind as he throws it up there.
It's a really hard ask to throw it into that wind, as it's going to be tossed back into play now. Browning got the tap down from behind, good body work. Surrey have the numbers in the clearance, but Kilsyth will instead get the clearance. Handball out there by Van Veen. Couldn't find a teammate. Lachlan Bacon in the middle of that pack, and a good tackle applied there by Jaden Weikard, and we'll have a ball up here. 12 and a half minutes gone. Kilsyth still yet to score, and Surrey 1-3-9.
A big chance though for the Cougars, as they're inside 50 at the moment. Punched forward for Weikard, runs onto it, just gets his handball away before he's tackled. Surrey Park cut it off, and they go in the direction of Cairn. And also Pollock, but that boundary line will beat both of them as it rolls out of bounds. As we go boundary side to Jared Beamlin.
It seems like the man that's dropped back for Kilsyth is Brandon Drosler, one of the more experienced players, or one of the Division 1 players that have come down to Kilsyth this year.
He certainly had a bit of an impact already at this opening term. There's a free kick here awarded to Kilsyth for a high free, I think it was a high free kick.
High tackle,
and he's going in the direction of Browning. So Browning will send the Cougars inside 50 again. A big fly at the back, no mark taken. Curry at the ground level, couldn't quite take it. Bit of a scrap, and another ball up will come. But they do edge closer to their own goals. They trail by 9 points, coming up to the 14-minute mark of this first quarter. Tap out there by Woodfull. Slapped forward from Surrey Park, under a bit of pressure, just getting his kick away, he's cut off, now almost a shot on goal, was smothered, wrapped up in the tackle there was Duran, just gets a ball away. Van Veen might be awarded a free kick here for a push in the back, and instead, I think it was the free kick before, so Jaden Weikard.
He literally took that ball from Josh Duran there, did Jaden Weikard. That just shows how much of a star he is. He can just away from different players, but this is a good chance for Kilsyth.
Certainly well in range to kick Kilsyth's first. Throws the grass in the air, Matthew Lloyd style. Wearing the Eastern jumper as well. The Kilsyth jumper, Jaden Weikard, comes in for goal number 1. Ooh. The wind takes that well right, so a minor score.
Yeah, that was kickable, and you've got to make the most when you get the opportunity. Well, look, my play goes back to the one there with that kick from Travis Browning on the half-forward line here. He put that right into a position where Kilsyth were able to have a shot at goal.
Yeah, create the pressure.
Yep.
There's one behind for Kilsyth on the Bendigo Bank score to Surrey Park 139, coming up to the 15-minute mark.
As Haynes goes to the far side, finds his man in Josh Pollock, who's had a really good start to this contest up forward. He's pushing back though. He goes backwards to George Haynes, as I think they're looking for the switch. Looks like the rain is starting to come down. That's a very dangerous kick. Haynes does find Ryan Kennedy. We'll go down boundary side quickly to Jared Beanland. So smothered there from the Kilsyth man, and Surrey Park won't be able to advance it forward. Instead, it's Kilsyth that's going inside 50 2 on 1. That's a massive kick. McLaren couldn't hold on to the mark. He's able to mop up his own work and gets the handball to Haynes, who's going out wide here looking for Jasper Mundy. He got the handball away to Damon Janane, who's got plenty of space. Goes a short kick to Cal Garvin. He's got Angus Sutherland in the middle of the ground all on his own. He ignores him. He's looking for options further down the ground. He goes short. His kick's not the greatest. Couldn't find Woodfull. Picking up the intercept there was Aiden. Surrey Park will clear their lines though. Allison was there, so was Kobe Vitako, although picking up the ball there was Henschel. He got the handball away to Daniel, who's going in or near 50. Man all on his own, and it's a really good mark. You're right there, Paul. Nathan Van Vegten gets the handball away to Drew Sells, who's trying to avoid Sutherland. Good pressure applied there by Sutherland. Gets a handball back to Van Vegten, and they're inside 50 here at Kilsyth, and it's locked up there in the forward pocket broadcast side, and we'll have a ball up.
That play by Kilsyth after that mark, they tried to play on, but they got themselves into all sorts of trouble, and it didn't work out for them.
So Waikart nearly latched onto that. Did Duran give the free kick away? No, he didn't. Shrugged off the ball there was Goodinson. Shot on goal, it's there! Kilsyth have their first goal. I think it's through Waikart, and
the
Cougars. They're 1-1-7, Surrey Park 1-3-9, just under 17 minutes played here in this first quarter on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
Yeah, if you analyse what's happened first of all, I think that Surrey settled down very quickly in the first 5 minutes or so, but then in the last 5 minutes, Kilsyth have had the ball mainly inside their forward 50. Paul, inside 50s.
The inside 50s are 7-5 in favour of Kilsyth.
Yeah, pretty even.
So they've had the last four inside 50s, Kilsyth.
There you go, and that probably speaks to Ray's point that in the last 5 minutes they've been able to enter their forward 50 a lot more and create those options.
Yeah. It's obvious to me that Surrey, they don't want to kick the ball down the line because they know that Kilsyth can outmark them and send it back again. So they're chipping the ball around and just keeping possession.
Which is smart. We saw him sort of switch the ball onto the far side. Almost worked out in that occasion. It's ball back in the middle. It's a 2-point lead to Surrey Park. Out in the middle, he was McNay. Thought he didn't have it. Grabbing it now. Kilsyth, short kick going forward to Daniel. And awarded a free kick too for a sling tackle, I believe.
Tackle, yes.
So he's free kick here.
He's had a good start, Hayden Daniel.
He certainly has had a few possessions of the ball as he kicks it inbound. It's a dangerous kick. Woodfield was under it. Just getting away there. Browning got the handball going forward. Now at half forward. Here's a chance. Inside 50. Sells. Handball is cut off. And maybe a chance here for Surrey to send it back the other way. Sutherland. The kick is a dangerous one. That's in a really hard spot for their defenders. Kilsyth though through Goodison. Did well to keep it in front of him. So passed it off to Drosler and caught in a tackle, and that will be
another
free kick.
Tackle.
So they are paying those at the moment. Drosler passes off straight away, and now Henschel will load up towards the top of the square. Curry, one hands, two hands, got it. And a strong mark there by Sean Curry, and he'll line up for Kilsyth's second and put them in front in the early stages of this game.
He's a big man to try and outmark when he's standing in the goal square. That was a great mark, but his height obviously won the ball for him.
It's just very hard to match up on, but as you see, the wind's going to play a factor. It's a good-looking kick off the boot. He judged the wind very well, and Kilsyth 2-1-13 now lead Surrey Park 1-3-9, coming up to the 20-minute mark of this first quarter on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
Anybody watching this at home on the screen, it looks quite bright out there, but in daylight, it's getting very dark here at Surrey Park.
Yeah, already.
They may need to turn the lights on.
They probably will.
There was a bit going on in the half forward there as the umpire slowly moves the ball back into the middle of Surrey Park Reserve. They lead by 4, Kilsyth. They've had the dominance in the last couple of minutes and they'll look to press home their advantage in time on as we're back in the middle. There's a free kick being paid. I'm not too sure what the free kick is.
Yeah, inside the square on the ball ups. One play, I don't know which side it was.
So
666 warning, was it?
I'm not too sure. I think it's just going to be tossed up again.
Okay.
It's a bit confusing as I think it was someone that Lee Green saying someone did come into the square as we're back in here. Droslow Woodfall got the tap down. Vallehay, was he taken high? He was taken very high. That was a bit of a coat hanger tackle there. And Kane Vallehay, he's looking for Lachlan Bacon on the wing. A dangerous kick. It found him though. He's going inside 50, the former Blackburn man. Allison's on the lead. Couldn't take the mark from behind there. Did really well there, did Bailey Ray. Got the handball over the top to Henshaw, although it's not the greatest one. Nearly losing his footy there, Machete. His kick's affected and goes out of bounds.
Just on that in the middle there. Now, the boundary umpire's called a free kick because someone's gone in the square. Now, if he's called a free kick, that should be a free kick.
Yeah, I'm not too sure as we go boundary side.
It wasn't the 6-6 rule.
I think it might have been. I think it might have been 2 players, one on each team, going inside the square.
The ball got stuck in the patch
it got stuck because no one won the ruck tap as it's out right in front of us here on the half forward flank. Kennedy trying to tap it on. Machete was in the middle of that pack. McNay is there. They're able to clear their lines. Kilsyth they are. Browning's at the back as the sweeper. Machete tried to keep it in and it goes out of bounds for you, Kone.
17 tackles to 9 in the first quarter in favour of Surrey Park.
It's a very hot football in there once it gets in close.
It's hot in the kitchen, as Trent Cullen would say.
Especially on a day like this.
As we're boundary throw in. Woodfall got the tap down looking for Vallehay. Collision there with Ryan McNay. He applies the tackle on the former Lilydale captain, Vallehay, and we'll have
that was a fantastic clash by both players. They both protected themselves and it was a good old-fashioned bump.
Both went hard for the footy. Right in front of us here on the boundary line. Woodfield got the tap out and a free kick, and it might be a free kick advantage for Kennedy. He'll load up towards goal out the back. Mark almost taken it is. It's there.
That was
and it was a juggling mark, and Pollock will line up right in front of goal for Surrey Park second. Did very well.
That's a really good mark taken there by Pollock.
Wow.
Well, he's looked very lively, as I said earlier. He's probably been the most threatening forward for Surrey Park, Pollock. It's not been Ken, it's been Pollock.
Well, here he is now, putting it on the board for a goal for Surrey Park second. Not much of a crowd reaction there until the umpire put the signal up. But Surrey Park now hit the lead, 2-3-15 to Kilsyth, 2-1-13. 22 and a half minutes gone on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
Yeah, I didn't want to. Yeah, well, Surrey Park were very good there. They've been very good. They're trailing the inside 50s 9-7 at the moment as the rain starts to get heavier now on the stream.
It looks like Jared Beanland and Dylan Smith don't have any cover, so
the
rain's coming in, and the rain's even coming in here now as we're back in the middle. Woodfall going up against Curry, and it's Curry who got the tap down, looking for Machete. He was immediately tackled there by Jasper Mundy, who played for Oakley Chargers last year, Jasper Mundy. So, and is an under-19s player as well. As getting the tap down there was Curry. It's locked up here in the middle of Surrey Park, and we'll have another ball up. 23 minutes gone. Panthers lead 2-3-15. Kilsyth 2-1-13 as ball's tossed back up. Woodfall got a tap forward, but Kilsyth get the clearance here through Daniel. Inside 50, Sutherland couldn't get hands on the ball. It's Van Vegten. Duran was around this. He gave away the free kick to Duran, and Nathan Van Vegten has a chance. It's going to be a really tough ask with this rain coming down hard, and the wind. He'll have to go to left to right goalpost here. Will Van Vegten. There's a kick from just inside the 45-metre arc. Comes in now, man on the mark, trying to distract him. It's just going to drift to the right and stay there through for a minor score. Kilsyth moved 2-2-14, Surrey 2-3-15. 24 minutes gone here in this first quarter.
Been an entertaining first quarter as that wind picks up again with the rain, and it's certainly coming to this side, the broadcast side of the field. So not really an advantage either end of the ground really, as such as Surrey Park. Look at that, that kick's going to go right on the full, and that's the great sign of the wind, just how strong it is.
Canterbury Road, nearly.
Yes, he's certainly almost made it, as Kilsyth will go back inside 50 through Curry. Ball will be hard to mark, punched away there by the defender. Slapping on the boot there was Machete, and that kick goes right up in the air. No one could take the mark, not being able to judge the ball. So the ball rolls out. Coming up to the 25-minute mark of this first quarter is Surrey Park 2-3-15, leading Kilsyth 2-2-14 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. Thanks for joining us, whether that's Radio Eastern 98.1 FM on our Facebook and YouTube streams. Woodfield, the tap out, went forward, and that kick rolls out of bounds, and there'll be another boundary throw in. So neither side been able to get an advantage early before the rain came. There was a bit of a late start. You just joined us. Didn't get underway until about 2:40. So we'll finish closer to the end of broadcast time for us. It's the ball brought back into play in the ruck here. Well done there by Curry. Punched it forward. No one can make a clear possession of it. It's going to be a bit of a scrap. There's Kilsyth there. The kick was smothered by Van Vegten. Carrying it now. Van Veen got his handball out. He was looking for Lamb. Van Veen again. Got past one, gets a ball on the boot and towards goal. If that bounces through, it has. And what a kick there by Van Veen. Kilsyth's third of the afternoon, 3-2-20, leading Surrey Park 2-3-15, coming up to the 26-minute mark of this first quarter on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
They're the goals that count. One you can snare out of a big, huge pack. Every player was on that half of the ground, and I think 3/4 of them were within 15 metres of the football. But to score a goal like that towards the end of the quarter, that can be match winning.
And just considering the amount of players that were in that area of the ground, Josh, did very well to find that sort of space. And get the ball in the boot.
And honestly, I'm not that surprised. I have that much experience on this ground. If it's on this broadcast side, it's not going anywhere. There's going to be big packs of players and not too much room to wiggle. As Woodfull got the tap down, looking for Mundy. It's Durand who gets the clearance. Out wide here is Jamie Clare. The torpedo inside 50. Kilsyth. And then they're loose in. Brandon Drosler takes the intercept mark. Paulie Coney in the stats centre.
5 intercept marks to 1 in favour of Kilsyth in this first quarter.
It's a dangerous kick, but it pays off. Mark taken there by Declan Lamb. Of course, there's 2 Lambs today for Kilsyth, and he's going to the half-forward flank here. Duran was behind this ball, effected the spoil, found Garvin, who got it back to Duran. Fallahay gets the kick in the direction of Ryan Higgins, who couldn't control the mark. Fallahay lurking around this ball, gets the handball away. Was the Surrey man being held there? He was. And the free kick going to Angus Sutherland. They're looking inside 50, and it might, I was about to say, was it 25, as the scoreboard malfunctioned for a very second, and they're going inside 50. Pollock was behind, got the tap down. Allison handballed it to Molnar, who goes to the snap on goal. It's just drifting to the right, and it stays there.
This is almost a fair dinkum hurricane this week, Josh.
It really is. As Surrey Park, they moved 2-4-16, Kilsyth 3-2-20. We've played just over 27.5 minutes here in this first quarter on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
So not much time left in this first quarter. As you said, Kilsyth with a 4-point lead. They'll look to just go long down the line and get it out of their back half, and that's a good kick as the siren sounds. And at quarter time, it is Kilsyth 3-2-20, leading Surrey Park 2-4-16 in the Eastland Match of the round. Josh Ward with the goal kickers for both sides.
So for Kilsyth, it's Benjamin Van Veen, Sean Curry and Jaden Weikard, all singles. And for Surrey Park, Lachlan Bacon and Josh Pollock with singles. We're going to go to a break here on the Eastland Match of the round. When we return, we'll have one of our boundary riders chatting with one of the coaches, and we'll bring you the second quarter of action out here at Surrey Park Reserve between the Panthers and the Cougars.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
The first time I met the team at Tobin Brothers Funerals, I felt like I'd known them for years. They're so caring, honest and passionate. James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals, sums it up best when he says,
Every day our people get out of bed to assist client families in their absolute time of need. Our people love what they do, and you will not find a more highly trained group of people than those at Tobin Brothers.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Hi, I'm Ben Desson from Montrose Football Netball Club, and when I need a new kit for a night out, I head over to Eastland. But Eastland is more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been major partners of the Eastern Football Netball League since 2018. Thanks, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to the Eastland Match of the Round. It is Surrey Park versus Kilsyth. Kilsyth with a 4-point lead as we go boundary side to Dylan Smith straight away. No. 1 second there, Dylan Smith. I believe he's got James Kenworthy.
You guys got me there?
Yep.
Yeah, I'm here with the coach of Surrey Park. How did you find that first quarter there, James?
As you could see, yeah, the conditions were pretty ordinary, so come away 2 goals for, a little bit disappointed, but we're getting our chances and the boys really came out to play. Really good to see.
I thought you controlled the ball pretty well off half back there early, but now that the conditions have got a little bit more wet, we're probably going to see more of a contested game. Was that your message to the boys at quarter time?
Yeah, absolutely. Played to the conditions. So, yeah, it's going to be hard and tough now. It's going to be a hard slog, but back the boys in.
Awesome. Thanks, mate.
Thanks there to Dylan Smith, who was with the senior coach of the Surrey Park Football Club, James Kenworthy. I'm sure he'd be very keen to get out there, despite the conditions. Maybe he might enjoy this afternoon on the bench, but looking around the grounds just quickly in Premier Division, East Ringwood 47-7, Doncaster, Norwood in front of Park Orchards 21-15, Berwick over Vermont 13-9, Noble Park 18-1 against South Croydon, Doncaster East 21-2 against Baldwin, and Roeville big first quarter 7-4-46 to Blackburn 3-1-19. And we'll have some more scores as just a big one here. Mitcham 8-6-54, Wanturna South 1-1-7. There's a big first quarter for the Tigers.
Obviously, the wind would be blowing the gale out there.
So the second quarter of action is underway here, and it was Woodford got the tap down. Garvin got the handball away, but it will be cut off here by Daniel. And there's a sling free kick being paid here in the direction of Cal Garvin, as the scoreboard having some difficulties first up here. And Cal Garvin looking for option short. McLaren was on the run, ignored him. So instead going to the middle of the ground. Dangerous kick looking for Bacon. Umpire calls play on. Wycard was out the back there, tapped it forward, and Kilsyth are going inside 50 here, or near 50 through McNay. Good intercept mark taken by Potter. He played on and got mown down by Jared O'Neill, holding the ball. Free kick there for a former Doveton Eagle in the Southern Footy League. He goes inside 50, does O'Neill. McLaren's in the hole here. Should take the mark. Affected the spoil there, did Aiden. It's on the ground here. Kilsyth have the numbers. Around that was Wycard, got the kick away, looking for Vegton, tried to evade Matt Garvin, he couldn't, and Surrey Park, they get the numbers. McLaren got the handball away to Cal Garvin. Will go down the line, a bit of a grubber of a kick, but it found Josh Pollock. 2 Kilsyth players there and couldn't keep it in there. Hayden Daniel, as we cross down boundary side to Jared Beanland, who I believe was at the Kilsyth huddle.
That's correct. I was listening to Simon Caldwell and, the address at quarter time. He was pretty happy with their run out of the back line. He also wanted to make sure that they were hitting grass in the forward line when putting it forward. Just given the conditions, they're not expecting to take marks up there. So they're relying on their crummers to be able to make an impact on the scoreboard.
As Can is going further down the ground here, it's going to trickle out of bounds. That wind causing havoc as the rain really starts to bucket down. You can barely see the background out here, or Box Hill now out here at Surrey Park, as the ball will be tossed back into play. I think Jared, you're clearly enjoying the conditions down there as the zone is short. Curry got the tap forward, looking for Durant, trying to latch onto that one, and doing well there. Jaden Weikart got the kick away. Woodfull's in the hole, couldn't take the mark. Haynes got the handball away to Damon Janane, who got it back to Haynes. His kick, not the greatest, and it'll be cut off here by Kilsyth. Kennedy, though, is on the ground there. Good tackle there by Declan Lamb, and we'll have a ball up. Yes, we will. We've played 2.5 minutes here and still no score change from quarter time.
Just around the grounds quickly. Donvale 75-11 Coldstream. Certainly have to double check that one. I'm not sure if I believe that. 12 goals to 1 in the first quarter. Fair Park leading Sylvan 5 goals, 5-35 to the Cats 3 straight 18. Oakley District 35 to Warrandyte 20. As we get back into way here, the ball thrown back in by the boundary umpire. Woodfull just tried to kick it out of mid-air, missed it completely as now chance for McNay, goes down looking for Goodinson, couldn't quite control the ball. There's Molnar underneath, trying to get a kick going forward. Surrey Park do get it moving. Shrugged off opponent there, looks like maybe a bit of an injury, but it's Kilsyth. Try and clear it out, falls into the hands here of Callum Garvin. And I believe that's Vidica who's hobbling there, trying to kick it going forward. There's good interception and a good tackle by Garvin wrapped up. We'll get another throw up here on the broadcast side as we go boundary side to Jared Beanland.
Now don't judge Dylan or I, but we are now part of the Surrey Park bench. So reckon we'll have some good contact with these guys and
good insight down there.
Yeah, exactly.
Surrey Park send it inside 50. It's cut off and a mark taken out at half back for Kilsyth. And look at that rain. That is really coming hard now. And they'll just look to slow things down. A couple of plays on the ground. Is that Woodfull down?
I think that's
for Surrey Park, or Matako, who we saw hobbling just before.
Won't be surprised.
No, it is Woodfull. So a couple of sore plays at the moment, and I believe that's why we're being held up at the moment. Come up to the 4.5 minute mark of this second quarter. It is Kilsyth 3-2-20 leading Surrey Park 2-4-16 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. Thanks for joining us this afternoon. Radio Eastern 98.1 FM or watching on the YouTube and Facebook stream. Let us know where you're listening in from. Got someone from Japan in the women's game that was tuning in. There's
great to see we're going worldwide.
Going global, Josh. As we wait for play to resume.
Across
the
the
up at the moment as Woodfull is making his way to the far side to come off. I'm not sure. I don't know if anyone caught what happened there with him.
I don't know.
I didn't see anything either.
But he's out of the area of play. They should keep the game going.
Well, they could, but the boys at the boundary won't have to go over the huddle. They're already there at the bench, so easy access to find out what's happening. As we he's just making his way off the boundary line now.
They're Surrey Park people now, Jared and Dylan, on the bench there.
It's certainly going to be interesting in this next 5 to 10 minutes if anyone can really score with this, the way the game's been played at the moment with the rain. Good kick going forward, finds McNay and wants to play on immediately. Kicking towards the middle of the ground, finds Weikart. He's able to pick it up cleanly, pass it off to a running teammate there in Lamb. He was caught in a tackle. Well done there by the Surrey Park. Pressure might lead to a ball up, but it does sneak out. Tough conditions in the middle. You can see the mud patch as the ball goes forward here for Kilsyth. Not going to go too far. It's cut off and a mark taken there by Janane.
3 intercept marks to 1 in favour of Surrey Park this quarter.
So they've evened that up. Overall, the short kick towards their bench finds the target there in Fallahay. Fallahay's short kick is not a good one. It's cut off. Now can Kilsyth score from this? All out of bounds. Could have been on the full as well. So a chance
the boundary
here.
umpires called it on the full.
A good spot, and Van Vegten, I don't think he will take the kick. He'll let his teammate kick it from here. It's a tough angle. You have to judge the wind well. So it comes in. Might just go to the top of the square. Who can take a mark out the back? Surrey Park have got some numbers. Tapping it towards the boundary line. And it goes out of bounds. So did well there, Jack McLaren, just to clear the ball out.
So the ball in. Kilsyth's attacking 50. Right in the forward pocket on the broadcast side as Curry will go up against Higgins. Higgins got the tap from out front. Wycard tackled there by Josh Durand, and we'll have a ball up as the sun starts to slowly peak.
Awful
Lucky
seasons.
we throw the ball up because I love to see her bounce it in there.
Oh, it'd be impossible to bounce it, especially in that area, as Curry will go up against Higgins. Curry got the tap down. Janane's lurking around this. Bacon at the bottom of the pack. Higgins was around that, and we'll have another ball up. So 7 minutes gone here. Still no change on the scoreboard since quarter time. 20-16. As Curry got the fist behind, and Kennedy is wrapped up immediately by Declan Lamb, and we'll have another ball up here. So not too much movement around here as Curry got the big fist forward, but it's Peters latching onto this, although he lost the ball. Getting the kick away there was McKinley Aiden. It's just going to be rushed through for a minor score. So we have the first score on the board in this second quarter. It's just a behind those for Kilsyth. They're 33-21. Surrey Park 2-4-16. 8 minutes gone here in this second quarter.
Just around the ground. Oh, the kick out is turnover. Goodinson. And I believe that was touch on the boot. It did roll through, but it was touched by the opponent. I was about to read out some around the ground scores and straight into the man of the mark. So they'll breathe a sigh of relief. That could have been a lot worse for Surrey Park. So a minor score for Kilsyth, 3-4-22 to Surrey Park, 2-4-16. Had all the play at the moment. Around the grounds now, Eastburn with 6-1-37 to Waverley Blues, 5-2-32. As Surrey Park look to clear it out now with the sun. The rain has stopped for the moment. We'll see how long that lasts, but the instep mark for Kilsyth will send them back inside 50 again. Punch from behind there from Durand. They were all running in there. It was Lamb, and he was taken high. And he'll earn himself a free kick.
I think he buried his head 3 inches into the mud.
Well, you can look at it now, but the camera captures that, the mud on it.
Yeah.
And this is, again, a very tough spot to kick from. And decides not to go for goal. Short kick forward. Couldn't quite take the mark there, Wycard. Surrey Park pounce on it to clear it out. Mark taken here, and now it's Pollock to steady here for the Panthers. Short kick is a dangerous one. And there's a mark, and it could be on here.
No.
It was accidental.
It was just, I believe, accidental.
Accidental.
So, Callum Garvin.
Gee whiz.
Certainly a courageous mark, though. New players would be coming at him and cleaned it up well as he kicks it down to the other side. Goodinson did well. Passed it off to Wycard, who gets the ball in the boot. Tried to just kick it going forward, but it was smothered. Now chance of Durand. Picks it up cleanly and sends it long down the line. If it can get out the back, they might be there. Pollock, first one to grab it on the ground. Kilsyth have got some numbers, though. The handball out. It's cut off, and we might get a ball up here on the centre-half forward line for Surrey Park as we go boundary side to Dylan Smith.
Yeah, just on that injury to Jacob Woodfull there, he was assessed for a concussion. I think it was an elbow to the head, and it looks like he'll take no further part in the game at this stage.
Yeah, certainly can't risk it when it does come to the head as Kilsyth under pressure here. Surrey Park inside 50 for, I think, the first time this quarter. They've gone 10 minutes into the second term on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. They trail by 5 points.
So ball's tossed back up. Higgins got the tap down from behind. Kilsyth managed to get the clearance though. Man over the top, couldn't fully control the ball. And Fallahey affected the spoil, and it goes out of bounds. True centre wing, broadcast side.
I love the way Ben Van Veen goes about it. He just full bore at the ball. He is a big man, body-wise, not tall, but big, but he's a great midfielder.
As Higgins got the tap down, but McNay got the clearance, although his handball's cut off by Fallahay. And they go in to the half-forward flank here, Surrey Park. Around there, lurking is Nick Can. Played for the free kick there, Nick Can, and Bacon's lurking around this. The big pack of players emerge, and we'll have a ball up here around the half-forward flank here, right near the cricket nets on the broadcast side. About 11 minutes gone here. It's the Cougars that lead by 5 points, 21-16, as Surrey Park got the tap down. Pushing the back, free kick here, and it's going in the direction of Mitch Molnar, who's looking for options inside 50. He's called back is Molnar, and it might be forced to go to the top of the goal square here. He might even be going back here. This will be it's a tough kick, a big ask here for Molnar, and we've got a good view of this. Kick from a 30-degree angle from just outside the 45-metre arc. He comes in, sets it up to the top of the square. Allison, the big marking target, affected the spoil. Kilsyth clear their lines. Fallahay was lurking around that ball. Kilsyth just tried to kick the quick off the ground, and it's a bit of a scrap here. Surrey applying good pressure. It's out the back. Couldn't control the ball there, could the captain, Mitch Jacobs. He's locked up there. Around that ball as well was Spencer Lamb. Bacon for Surrey Park was lurking around it. Couldn't avoid the tacklers, and the ball is going to be locked up here. Umpires still not calling the ball up here, as Bacon just tried to take it out of the pack there. He affected the tackle, and we'll have a ball up. Paul Ukone in the Stats Centre.
13 tackles to 7 this quarter in favour of Surrey Park.
They've brought plenty of pressure, Surrey Park. How many tackles did they have in that first quarter, Paul?
20.
So 33 tackles this game, as ball will be locked up once again, and we'll have a secondary ball up. 13 minutes gone. Allison got the tap down. Browning at the bottom of that pack got the clearing kick. Does it go out of bounds on the full? No, it doesn't. Van Veen couldn't take the mark, and just going to trickle out of bounds for a boundary throw-in as the sun starts to peek out here at Surrey Park. 13 minutes gone. It's the Panthers the trail, 16-21. And they'll have a boundary throw-in right near the Kilsyth bench.
I think we might be safe too. Looking at the radar before, it seemed to be just one wave, maybe one more wave to come a bit later, but certainly a bit nicer without it. It's the ball going forward here for Kilsyth. Handball forward. Chance to Aiton, couldn't quite pick it up. This time he does. Handball over the top, looking for Wycard as the ball goes out of bounds. We'll go boundary side, Jared Beanland.
Yeah, looking at the radar, please don't jinx it.
I won't. You can see both our boundary riders hanging by the Surrey Park bench. They're not confident.
No, we're still a little wary. We might go back to our original post soon if this sun stays out.
It's certainly fair as Surrey Park enter inside 50. Polly could be able to run onto this. He sockers it forward. Can's there. He's got an opponent to beat in Hoogstra, who's happy to see it roll over the line for a boundary throw-in. Gone almost 14 and a half minutes on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard in this second term.
Surrey have to score here. They've had the ball in their forward for the last 5 minutes, apart from just once when it's come out, so they need to score.
Well, certainly if there is going to be another wave of rain, you've got to make the most of the opportunities when you are controlling in what is an arm wrestle here. Tap forward, ball going nowhere, and into a tackle there. Drosser not moving around, and we'll get another ball up. Getting closer to Surrey Park's goal. Tap forward here from Surrey Park. It's all Kilsyth with the numbers who will be able to clear it out, but behind the ball, couldn't quite control it there. It was the Surrey Park player. The chance here for Haynes. Good kick inside 50, and
that's a
free kick awarded to Surrey Park, and stood under it well. So would he be in range here almost? You'd probably just inside 50. So they trail by 6 points.
Going to have to take a big kick, though.
Certainly will for Allison.
He's one of those under-19s kids, and this would be his first goal if he did kick it, but I think it's a bit of an ask from probably just on the 45-metre arc here at Surrey, Ryan.
So Allison to come in, as you said, the youngster. He's got a bit of height on him.
He's probably the tallest player in this Surrey Park lineup, and he's one of the younger players.
So in he comes, could be the future of the club, one of them. They've got a strong junior program. He comes in, that's a good-looking kick off the boot. Again, the wind might just take it, and it does, and that is Was that out of bounds on the full too? No, it snuck in for a behind. So just a minor score. Surrey Park 2-5-17 to Kilsyth 3-5-23. So we go boundary side.
Yeah, the wind had actually died off for that particular kick. The wind was quite kind to him, but he still made a bit of a mess of it.
So Drosler on kick-in duties. He's done pretty much all the kick-ins for Kilsyth today. He's going to this broadcast side. Surrey have the numbers from behind McLaren. Peters is out the back there, got the handball away to Garvin. He found his brother Matt. He goes inside 50, does man. Couldn't find a teammate. Kilsyth have the numbers on the ground, but he's locked up, and umpire will call for the ball here. 16 and a half minutes gone. Surrey trails 17 to 23 as the ball tossed back up. Allison got the tap down from behind. Machete latched onto it. Vitaka got the kick forward. He's back on the ground. Here's Kobe Vitaka, and good spin move there from Machete and Kilsyth. They won't clear their lines. It's out of bounds on the full, and Ryan Kennedy will take this free kick on true centre wing, and his eye starting for the forward 50. There's plenty of options as he takes his kick now, goes to the forward pocket. From behind, Mundy was there as well. Curry got the handball away on the ground. Kick forward there. And Kilsyth, they're out here through Declan Lamb. Porter did well, and Lamb was forced out of bounds there. Paul Yukone in the stats centre.
Inside 50s this quarter, 8-4 in favour of Surrey Park.
Still no goals for either side, but they'll want a goal soon with all that inside 50 territory Surrey is. The boundary throwing is short. Allison got the kick to Weikart, who was forced out of bounds by Duran. Well, I feel Weikart's had his moments, but Duran has done an alright job so far on him as the ball will be tossed back into play. I think Chris Allison...
Well, have a look at him now. Just he's not giving him any space if he can.
So boundary throw in. Allison out-muscled the Kilsyth ruckman, but it's Porter who gets the clearance here, and he's looking for Josh Pollock down the line. Good chest mark taken there, and he's looking to go inside 50. Valahay and Can targets down there. Evades Valahay. Tap forward there, only in the direction of Can. Will be pinged here, holding the ball, and Kilsyth will have the chance to rebound here, and they do it immediately.
So they clear it out. Mark taken here by Spencer Lamb. Short kick forward is going to be cut off, and they may be able to keep this in. Surrey Park, well done there by Bacon, got his handball off, and a few Kilsyth players there happy to keep it going, sock it forward, and now it's finally out of bounds. Coming up to the 19-minute mark of this second quarter on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. So you mentioned low-scoring game. Weather conditions certainly going to play a factor this afternoon. At the moment it is Kilsyth 3-5-23 to Surrey Park 2-5-17 as the ball is brought back into play. Probably Surrey Park have had the majority of the play in this last 10 minutes as Kilsyth get the ball going forward, punch from behind. Well done there by McLaren, trying to pick it up. There was Porter, but it is seen over the line.
It's been a great battle this quarter. You know, but each side's only kicked a point each, and it's just sort of been going between centre-half back to centre-half back. But one side just need to get a bit of a break.
Certainly, it may open up if we do see one goal, but certainly got to see it first. Porter was there. Good handball forward by Molnar. Get some distance going. Bit of a scrap. Hard to control here. Tackle on Duran. Well done by Ayton. And we'll get another ball up. The Pollock has been pretty impressive for Surrey Park. Got the handball originally.
I reckon he's been Surrey's best on, Josh Pollock, actually.
So is in the ruck there. Allison used his body well. Said he got a bit of height there, youngster. Duran brings down Lamb in a tackle, holding the ball. And that's that pressure they need. He earns himself a free kick. Looked into the middle of the ground, looking for an option. Not much there, so he might be forced to just go down the line. Got a player open. Running into that, flying in front there was almost marked by Mundy. As a bit of a scrap. Kilsyth handballed it out to Weikart. Weikart got his handball going forward towards the boundary line. Duran tried to keep it in. Kilsyth, a kick down the line. That worked out pretty well. Bounces out of bounds, but they gained some territory. Leading by a goal. Coming up to time on in this second quarter.
20 and a half minutes gone. Kilsyth holding a slender advantage. It's really been an arm wrestle in this quarter as Allison will go up against Curry. Youth against experience, and it's the experienced Curry got the tap down. Porter laced the tackle. Is he going to be pinged? He is. No advantage taken by Garvin. He's called back.
He certainly wanted to.
He wanted to, but a good tackle there on Peter Wall by Sam Porter, who's had an immediate impact in his first senior years. He goes down the line here. Couldn't find Molnar. Out the back there was Mundy. Got the handball away to Garvin, and umpire calls advantage. Wycard goes inside 50. McLaren did really well there, did McLaren, and he's going out wide here looking for his teammate. He found him in Lockie Peters. McLaren's running behind. Instead, Peters goes down the line. Vitaka is there, as is Bacon. No mark taken by Kilsyth. Good tackles, good pressure applied by Surrey Park. And we'll have a ball up right in front of their interchange bench. And there's a bit going on here.
There's a bit of house your father going on.
That's not a ball up. That's a free kick.
It's a free kick going into the direction of Bacon, and the mark taken there. Bit of a grubber of a kick by Bacon, but it's still found Fallahay, who's on centre wing far side. He goes down the line into the middle of the ground, in fact. And Jasper Mundy might try and latch onto this. Instead, it's Kilsyth. Drosler did really well there. Gets the kick into the middle of the ground. That's a really good mark, a really good lead from Nathan Beck-Vegton. And Travis Browning is all on his own. McLaren gets back to him. It's not the greatest kick, and it'll be cut off there by George Haynes, who's looking for options. He'll go short to his captain, Matt Garvin. All the composure in the world there by Garvin, and he goes down the line. Found one of the young guns of Surrey Park and Jasper Mundy, who's looking for options down the line here. He'll be forced to go down the line, Will Mundy. Decent kick. Pollock was lurking around this, affected the contest. Ken was lurking around. Vitaka just goes out of bounds before either.
Kilsyth have done all the hard work when bringing the ball out of the half back line, but it's that final kick. They've just kicked it straight to the opposition unattended.
Yeah, twice now with obviously Haynes then and then McLaren before. So obviously, as you mentioned, you spotted out Browning, who was all on his own.
Yep.
And just
Kick it into the open space. Just keep it away from the defender.
That's certainly right. They've had some opportunities, as have Surrey in this quarter. Here's a chance now. Getting some space was Mundy. Got the ball going forward and a mark taken here at half forward. And he could be in range. It's Pollock who looks to pass it off over the top. It might just work out. Couldn't quite. Was looking for Vidica, but well defended by Kilsyth. Punched over the line for a minor score. So Surrey Park 2-6-18. Kilsyth 3-5-23. 23 and a half minutes gone in this second quarter on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard, Josh.
So kick in taken, a very dangerous kick, but it pays off. McNay is there, goes down the line. McLaren is behind, spoil there from Haynes, got the handball to Kennedy, who got the handball backwards to McLaren. He found Chris Allison, burst the speed from the young big man. He goes inside 50, looking for Fallahay, got the kick off the ground, trying to find Vitaka. They're applying plenty of pressure here. Kilsyth are doing really well. Jacobs, good tackle there by Vitaka. No, it isn't, and too high. Free kick going in the direction of the Kilsyth captain in Mitch Jacobs, who's looking down the line here for options. There's not too many options to go to, so they'll be forced to go to a big pack of players. Molnar lurking around this, as is Higgins. Couldn't haul in the mark. Tackle applied there, and umpire calls play on. It's trickled out here, and Travis Browning, plenty of space, nice stand step, got the handball away to Wycard. He'll be cut off though by Haynes, applies the tackle immediately, does Wycard, and we'll have a ball up. 24 and a half minutes gone. Sorry, it's Kilsyth that leads. Not that much longer you'd think in this quarter, as Higgins got the tap down. Kilsyth get the clearance. Haynes can't cut it off. McLaren's out the back. Got the grubber kick away, but only in the direction of Machete. He applied the tackle on McLaren, did Machete, and we'll have a ball up right where it all began, in the middle of Surrey Park Reserve.
So no goals in this second quarter. We're coming close to half time, so not a whole lot left. Someone get a late goal here. Both sides have had opportunities in this second quarter. Handball out, a free kick awarded in the direction of Surrey Park. So grabbing it now is Jasper Mundy. He chooses not to go forward. He's got Sells behind him. Smart enough to get the ball on the boot, going forward. Mark quite not taken there by Allison, but it was well picked up by Fallahay. Kick on the siren. Can takes the mark, but the siren beats him to it. So no score there. And at half-time, it is Kilsyth 3-5-23 to Surrey Park 2-6-18. Josh Ward with the goal kickers.
So still only the 3 goal kickers for Kilsyth. That is Benjamin Van Veen, Sean Curry and Jane Wycutt. Still only the 2 goal kickers as well for Surrey Park and Josh Pollock and Lachlan Bacon. We're going to go to a break here. When we return, we'll have the half-time show where Jay Beanland and Dylan Smith and Paul Yukone will dissect what's been a very hotly contested first half out here at Surrey Park Reserve, which sees Kilsyth leading.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
We pride ourselves on being the most transparent funeral company. All pricing on goods and services are available on our website. It's all there for you to see and make very informed decisions when planning a loved one's funeral.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
And welcome back to Surrey Park Reserve for this Division 4 clash out here at its Kilsyth leading Surrey Park 3-3-21 to 2-6-18. I'm not entirely sure if that's accurate there, that scoreboard that we're seeing. It's
2-6 to 3-4.
2-6 to 3-4. Thank you very much. That's that is thanks to Paul Yukone. This is the halftime show here on the EFNL game day. Joining me for this is my fellow boundary rider Dylan Smith and the man in the stats, Paul Yukone. Guys, have we seen the game so far from your perspectives?
Coming here, it's been a bit of a tale of 2 quarters for me. I think in the first quarter, we saw Kilsyth really get on top, and it was around that clearance area where they sort of dominated the ball. I think they got in first. I think Paul flagged that the tackle count was quite high in favour of Surrey Park, but I think that really stemmed from Kilsyth getting first to the ball, and we saw that reflect on the scoreboard. The second quarter, we didn't really see... we didn't see the score come, but I think Surrey equally dominated in that second quarter.
Yep.
And yeah, the two quarters were basically just polarisation of one another.
Yeah, I'd have to agree with that. I think the only difference being that Surrey Park wasn't able to put the scores on the board. But just sort of like looking at some of their stats there, what were Surrey Park doing well in that quarter to get themselves back into the game?
Yeah, well, certainly the tackle counts in their favour. The clearances have been into the favour of Kilsyth, 18 to 13, but the inside 50s were a tale of two calls, and that's to do with the breeze. So Kilsyth were kicking with the breeze in the first quarter. They won that inside 50 count 12 to 8, but then the second quarter it was Surrey Park 13 to 6, and it was a tale of two calls because in that, as you just said, the first quarter, and in the second quarter, Kilsyth had the number of inside 50s, then it turned into favour of Surrey Park. So
yep.
It's been a very interesting battle.
That makes a lot of sense, but I think one of the factors, obviously the weather's playing a huge factor. And, there's no one who's going to be speaking on this radio show that's feeling it more than us, Dylan, since we have been on the boundary line. But that wind did die off during the second half of that second quarter, and it seems like it is just holding off right now. It probably will pick up again at certain points throughout the game. But it's not consistent.
Didn't it?
Yeah.
It did normalise. Like I think we're at a point now that in the second half we might see more of a normal game.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, given the ground's going to be quite wet and quite muddy, it might not be all back to that, but also
it's still going to be a heavily contested game.
Yeah.
It's going to be who gets in and wins the clearances and takes the territory. But
who's efficient in front of goal as well.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, and I think that's something that Surrey Park will need to clean up a little bit.
Back to what we were talking about before with the tale of two halves. I think a lot of that came down to the ruck contest.
Yep.
I think in the first quarter it was Curry from Kilsyth. He started really well, and as into that second quarter we saw Allison really get involved more.
Yep.
And he got on top, and I think that's where it stemmed from.
Yeah, I think Surrey Park's clearances have just benefited from that pretty significantly. I think the composure of both teams is going to be coming under question, because while we're noting that it's very much a pressure, based game, that the experienced and the high quality players of Kilsyth, like Weikard, like Drossler, they might start to stand up in the clinches, because it's very much a game of, who can keep the composure, because I think the pressure from both teams is a bit of a given on a day like this.
100%. And as this game goes longer and longer, you're going to get those tired legs, and that's when those players, those really highly talented players, stand up as well.
Yep, yeah, precisely, and it's going to be interesting to see. And Kilsyth as well. It's worth mentioning that they do have those experienced players like Drew Sells, like Travis Browning, who I think will be able to stand up under pressure. It's not necessarily going to all fall on the shoulders of those those pickups that they've had in the off season. For Surrey Park, Dylan, are there any names that stand out to you in terms of like, okay, we could expect a big second half from them, or players who have needed to stand up a little bit more?
I think in that first quarter particularly, I thought Matthew Garvin really impressed me on half back.
Yep.
Just his ball use was really good, and it sort of stood out as the rain came down harder. It was harder to differentiate those kind of things. I expect we'll see a bit more from Josh Duran.
Yeah, I've liked his game so far. I think he's been leading the charge in terms of the pressure act.
100%. But I think probably if you were going to call a best player for that first half, it's probably Pollock.
Yeah.
I thought he was terrific.
Yeah. Yep.
What about you, Paul? What did you think?
Yeah, I reckon definitely Pollock as well. The impact that he's had for Surrey Park.
Yep.
What do you guys think about the score? So we're sitting at a 4-point margin in favour of Kilsyth. Do you think that's a fair reflection of the game so far?
It's an interesting question, because just given the fact that there were no goals scored in that second quarter, it doesn't quite reflect that Surrey Park had the ascendancy there. I think it might be, 4 points isn't much, but I'd still think maybe just a Surrey Park, I think their performance warranted another goal, or one goal in that second quarter, and perhaps that, that 2-point lead to Surrey Park might feel a little bit more reflective of the game. so far. However, Kilsyth have done well to hold on to where they're at right now. Paul, what do you make of that?
I think definitely Kilsyth have been, their defensive pressure's been good. Surrey Park's pressure's been very good. Their 41 tackles in the first half so far, I think, shows that. But I think really it's going to be a big quarter, this one, given that Kilsyth are kicking with the breeze, so
you get the feeling that this next quarter is the big one.
Yeah, the premiership quarter they call it.
Yeah, and it's going to break it open.
Yeah, exactly. Especially with the conditions just sort of like starting to level out as they are now. We're starting to see the sun come out. And just quickly, that rainbow, like a bit of a more of an esoteric topic than the footy that we've got going on in front of us. That rainbow, it was wonderful. It started from the middle of the ground as well. I've never seen a rainbow like start that close and within complete sight.
I did think for a second there maybe we were just seeing things.
Yeah, exactly. I was, it was maybe hypothermia getting to us or something like that. Yeah. That's going to be it for the halftime show. Thanks for joining us, Dylan and Paul, and we'll be back on the other side of this break for the third quarter from Surrey Park Reserve.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in, because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, "Why yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice cleansing, kickboxing, personal training frenzy." And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair.
Yeah, that's great.
Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home, at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
There's no mystery about our pricing. It is clearly displayed on our website and our app. We have staff standing by 24 hours a day, every day of the year to assist you in your absolute time of need.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
There are only 3 things that should be flushed down your toilet: pee, poo and paper. Some wet wipes and antibacterial wipes say that you can flush them, but you can't. They clog up the toilet and pipes, causing expensive blockages. Save yourself a truckload of trouble. Put your wet wipes in the bin. To learn more, head to the Yarra Valley Water website, yvw.com.au/wet-wipes.
Hi, Dylan Dow from the Baroni Football Netball Club here. When I need to grab a quick coffee or a bite to eat, I'm popping into Eastland. Eastland's more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been a major partner of the EFNL since 2018. Cheers, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to the Eastland Match of the Round. Division 4, Kilsyth and Surrey Park out at Surrey Park Reserve. And at half-time, it is Kilsyth 3-4-22, leading Surrey Park 2-6-18 in a low-scoring game. Conditions have certainly played a factor in the first half, with some really strong wind and rain in that second quarter. At the moment, if you're watching on Facebook and YouTube, you can see the bright sun peeking out, but we are due for another shower soon, so our boundary riders, I'm assuming, will be back in the Surrey Park box. Just some scores around the grounds before we get started in Division 1. It is Bayswater leading Beaconsfield by 20 points. A big surprise there. South Belgrave lead Montrose by 12 points. Mitcham 58-9. Or now it's 66-9 against Wanturna South. So a big lead there. South Belgrave 45 to Montrose 33. Jumping into Division 3. We were wondering if this score was real, but I think it is. Dombell 14-6-90 lead Coldstream 2-7-19. Ferntree Gully a 25-point lead over Whitehorse. Fair Park with a 24-point lead over Sylvan. Oakley District still in front 62-35 over Warrandyte, but that margin has cut back a bit. Scores were all tied down in Division 4 in the Chirnside Park and Chirnside Park and Nuttawading game. Forest Hill with a lead over Croydon North Hemlock as we get prepared to start in this second half. Just the 4 points in it with the Kilsyth lead over Surrey Park. The ball about to be bounced in the middle and thrown up in the middle for the third quarter here at Surrey Park Reserve.
We're underway here. It's Higgins who got the tap down.
Free kick.
A holding free kick being paid in the direction of Kilsyth, and it's going to go to Ryan McNay, whose eyes are immediately darting inside 50. It's going to fall short of 50. Really good mark taken there by the captain, Matt Garvin. He's going to go to the far side here with a long kick, looking for Josh Pollock. Man interfered there from Surrey Park, and getting the handball away there was Ray. Curry's out the back, gets the kick away, goes to the half-forward flank. Haynes lurking around this one, out the back. Surrey have the numbers. Porter, good turn of speed there, looking for Pollock. No mark taken. Kilsyth have the numbers on the ground. Tap forward there, McNay. Lively start to this third quarter, and so free kick. No, there was, and there's a good tackle applied by McLaren, and we're going to have another ball up here. Good tackle there on Brandon Drosser. So ball up right in front of the Surrey Park bench here, who lead by 4 points as Curry just took it out of ruck. Got the handball away to his teammate in Clark. Bacon around this ball, and he taps it out of bounds for a boundary throw in here. So a minute gone, and it's still very hotly contested. Hot in the kitchen, 2-6-18. Surrey Park, Hillside 3-22. As Curry got the tap down from behind. Bacon's at the bottom of this pack, and he wraps up his Kilsyth teammate now, and Kilsyth opponent, and we'll have a ball up. Curry got the tap down. Bacon tapped it forward. Kilsyth will be able to clear their lines, and they go into centre wing far side. Mark taken, a really good sliding mark there by Hayden Daniel, who got the handball away, couldn't control that one. Good Clark, so went the kick off the ground. And Neil was in the middle of the ground, as was Arthur. Got the handball over the top to Aiden, but he was wrapped up immediately by Janine. And we'll have another ball up here, right in the middle of Surrey Park. 2 minutes. It's 18-22.
As you said, Josh, 2 minutes into the second half, but I tell you what, it's a hot football out there in the last 2 minutes.
It's hot in the kitchen, isn't it, Ryan?
So let's see which side will take the most of their opportunities. Punched forward there by Curry. Couldn't quite get it where he wanted to. Weichard in and under. And he's got Duran right on him, who's keeping a close eye on him this afternoon. Certainly one of, if not the most dangerous Kilsyth player. They move forward to their half-forward line. Curry again in the ruck, couldn't quite get the tap out, and a free kick here against Durand. So Kilsyth might be even in range here, Weichard, if he chooses to. He'll go back and take his time. Certainly that win's still there, and it's
he kicked the goal in the first quarter, Ryan, by a little. He's a little bit further out now than what he was then, but he's a good kick.
Well, let's see how he judges the win. He decides to pass it off, and the kick is a turnover straight to a Surrey Park defender. And a chance here for Callum Garvin, who's had a good first half to send Surrey Park back out of defence. Short kick forward. And they look to continue moving the ball down. And it's cut off now for Goodison. Goodison for Kilsyth sends it long towards goal, and home it is. A great finish, and Kilsyth had their fourth, 4-4-28 to Surrey Park 2-6-18. And he was just pickpocketed out of the Surrey Park defender there, and unlike a few set shots and shot on goals this afternoon, made the most of it.
He did.
I think both sides at this stage, they're still trying to play dry weather football, hand passing and keeping the ball moving, which is fair enough. But gee, when the ball's slippery, sometimes it just pays to get the ball on your boot no matter what and gain some meterage.
It is, and that's essentially what Gunson did. He went for the shot on goal, but he just got it on the boot, and it went through. A really good finish. His first goal of the day, and Kilsyth's fourth. They're up by 9 points as we're back in the middle here of Surrey Park. It's Curry, the tap down to McNay, and they're inside 50 once more are the Cougars. Mark not taken. Out the back there, got the handball away to Nathan Van Vegten, who got the handball back here in the direction of Gunson. Goes the snap, it'll fall short. Man on the line there, Wycard running onto this. Got the snap away. What a goal!
Oh, touch. No, you went early, touched on the line.
Oh, that would have been a great goal.
You called that, Josh, just before it got to the line, and the Surrey defender come over and touched it.
Brilliant as the score moves to 4-5-29 Kilsyth, Surrey Park 2-6-18. 4.5 minutes gone here in this third quarter.
That was desperate effort there from the Surrey Park defender.
It certainly was, as that kick rolls out of bounds. We'll get a boundary throw in. You can see just that impact of the wind just to be able to take that over the line again. 11-point lead to the Cougars. Surrey Park do need to get a bit of a move on because a couple more goals Kilsyth's way in a low-scoring game could be enough almost. So definitely need the next one. This ball brought back into play. Thanks for joining us on Radio Eastern 98.1 FM and watching on our Facebook and YouTube streams. Ball brought back in. Curry got his tap. Surrey Park tried to get a kick going forward. The tackle was good. Chancellor O'Neill passed over the top. Might be cut off. Chancellor Kennedy tackled without it. Grabbing it now is Jared O'Neill. Got his ball on boot. And that will roll out. Just tried to keep it in there. Did Wall. But couldn't quite as we go boundary side.
We just identified the player who saved that goal there for Surrey Park. It was Josh Duran, which is pretty fitting given that it was Wycard's kick that he saved it, and he's been playing on Wycard pretty well all day.
He certainly has.
It was a great effort anyway.
He's got a big task ahead of him if they are to get over the line. Ball brought back into play, and it is going nowhere. Umpire gives them a bit of time, but we'll get another ball up. First versus third coming into this afternoon, Josh. Surrey Park dropped to third after a couple losses in a row. Scoresby with the bye today. So if they lose this, they'll remain in third position and make it very tough for them to finish in the top two as they get going forward again. Kilsyth in the direction of Curry. Pushed out. They'll be out of bounds here. And another boundary throw in. Coming up to the 7th minute mark of this third quarter on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. Still an 11-point lead to Kilsyth, 4-5-29 to Surrey Park, 2-6-18.
So ball to be tossed back into play right in front of the cricket nets here at Surrey Park, and it's Higgins going up against Sean Curry. Curry got front position and the tap down. No clearance winner. Wycard's going to try and latch onto this ball. Will he ping? No, he applies the tackle there on Matt Garvin.
Tell you what, boys, there's more players around that ball than what there is around Flinders Street Station at 5 o'clock on a Friday night.
There's a tap down there by Curry, and Kilsyth get the clearance, although it's out the back. Glare, lash onto it, but goes out of bounds for boundary throw. And you're not wrong though there, Ray.
I mean, look where the ball is now. I'd like to see a couple of Kilsyth players just drop back 40 metres back this way, because obviously the ball's going to come out at some stage, where everybody's in that quarter of the ground up there.
Back into play. Higgins the tap in front. Follow up his own work, but it's Curry. Ball away to Vegten. What a goal this would be. Is it touched on the line?
That's a goal.
It is a goal!
And not only a goal, but that has to be the goal of the day, boys.
I think
that has to be.
You're not wrong there, Ray. It's Nathan and Kilsyth lead by 18, 17, 5-5-35 Kilsyth, Surrey Park 6-18. 8 minutes gone in this third quarter.
Yeah, what a goal. Look, he's kicked it out of nowhere on the boundary line. Just picked the ball up. As I said, a million players around him. And just put it on the boot, and somehow it's gone through.
The biggest lead of the game so far.
Well, the acid's on Surrey now. They've got to kick the next one.
Let's see what they can do. Back in the middle. Tapped out by Curry. Got it going towards McNay. They're starting to own this part of the ground as well. McNay, the clearance inside forward 50. Mark not taken by the Surrey defender there. Got the ball on the boot. And this will just bounce out of bounds as it has all afternoon on this side of the ground. We'll go Paul Yuconi in the stat centre.
Clearances in this third quarter. Clearances 8-1 in favour of Kilsyth.
8-1, so they have owned this quarter. And they're starting to put it on the scoreboard now.
Have Surrey got an inside 50 this quarter, Paul?
One,
okay.
Got to get moving soon. Ball brought back into play. Tapped out in front by Higgins. Ball going nowhere. Plays on top, and the umpire will ball it up. Right in front of the boundary line here on the broadcast wing. Tapped out by Curry. Towards his man, couldn't quite control it. And that is out of bounds again, so another boundary throw in. Jared O'Neill did his best, but did roll out. But they're starting to own this contest at the moment.
Toss back into play here. Higgins up against Curry. It's Curry who got front position. And the tap down. Another clearance for Kilsyth. Did well there to Jared O'Neill, and he's going inside 50, looking for Goodinson in a 2-on-1. Haynes had front position. It nearly fell into the hands of Goodinson. Big pack of players emerge. Surrey have the numbers, and they lock it up here. A ball up, and another clearance. Another inside 50 here for Kilsyth. The ball is inside 50 here for them. Get the shot on goal, but it's cleared by Surrey Park, and out there Nick Can, who's in defence, and he wraps up his Kilsyth opponent. Plenty of players around this ball, and getting the clearing kick there was Hayden Daniel. Ball out of bounds here, and it does right into the net here. So in.
Gee, the Surrey back six, they're under a lot of pressure this quarter.
Well,
as Paul alluded to, Surrey's only had one inside 50 for the quarter, so the pressure's on the back six there for the Surrey.
And 6 inside 50s for Kilsyth.
Can't afford to give away another goal. Curry in the ruck, tapped it forward. Surrey Park will try and just throw the ball on the boot in the direction there of Mundy. Slap forward again. Kick just the sky ball. Jared O'Neill flew from the back, and a free kick here in front for Surrey Park. So they'll get their chance now. They'll go forward into the middle of the ground. Made it tough for his teammate there in Fallahay. Ball slips out. Now a chance of Mundy. Grabbed it first and was tackled right away. And a free kick though. High tackle, says the umpire. So in the middle of the ground here, Jasper Mundy send Surrey Park inside 50. Short kick over the top, finds Allison. Couldn't quite take the mark. Had a fair hand to it. Kicked it forward though, right into the mud. The mud, that's right. Machete grabbed it, passed it off, and the smother there.
Tell you what, it was a great pickup right there in that mud patch. It was a very good pickup.
And here's an interesting move. Jack McLaren up forward. I said a couple of weeks ago on the podcast, he usually plays defence. I've never seen him move an inch inside forward 50. Now here he is inside there attacking 50.
Well, they've got to make some changes because at the moment they're being well beaten at the moment. Tried to get it going forward, slapped on the boot. It was Aton towards the wing. The boundary side, Van Veen happy to see it out. They clear it out of their back half. Leading this game at the moment, 5-5-35. Surrey Park 2-6-18. Coming up to the 12-minute mark of the third quarter on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
And it looks like Can's been thrown behind the ball, so the magnets have been thrown by James Kentworthy. As ball is tossed back into play here. Molnar, big slap forward there. Leichhardt's at the bottom of this pack, couldn't get his kick. It's a dangerous tackle there, and the free kick going in the direction of Leichhardt. And there's a bit going on here. Leichhardt will get the free kick. They will not want to give away a 25 or a yellow card as Leichhardt gets the ball now. There was a man running in Machete who could have gotten the handball received, but he didn't. It goes to Torp, does Leichhardt into the centre wing. Exactly right. As the intercept mark taken there by Mundy. Sam Porter's all on his own. Flies from behind. Good
Great
spoil
play
there
by
Leichhardt.
again.
That is a brilliant play.
It looked like he was going to be late to the contest, but he made up ground and was able to punch it away.
He did, and he's starting to have an impact as Leichhardt, a much bigger impact as ball is to be tossed back into play here by Allison and Browning to do battle. And Kilsyth got the tap, but clearance there by Porter. Goes down the line and taking that out of bounds. Jacob Machete for a boundary throw in there.
And he has been challenged, obviously. Duran spent a lot of attention on him this afternoon, but he's responded well, having an impact on this game. As well as McNair, I thought, has a couple of centre clearances in this quarter. They're on top at the moment, Kilsyth. Probably a goal or two from really breaking this open. Tap forward towards the boundary. Hoekstra happy to see it over. We'll get another boundary throw in coming up to the 14th minute mark of this third quarter. Kilsyth with a very handy lead at the moment, 17 points. Ball brought back into play. Hoekstra in the ruck, gets his tap going forward. Right in a tackle, well done there by Lamb. No decision paid. We'll keep it playing on as Allison goes inside 50. Might work out well, falls out the back for Pollock. Doing well there was Browning, punched it away. And in the direction of Sells, who can pick it up here. Gets it going forward, soccers it off the ground. In towards the middle of the turf pitch there. Surrey Park did well to defend that and send it going forward. And a free kick here under the knees, below the knees, and a free kick for Kilsyth.
Took his legs out.
They've done well at the moment. Surrey Park's pressure has lifted, but they've been able to respond to every challenge at the moment.
That was nearly 25 there because he...
Aiton in the middle of the ground. Kicks it inside 50, a couple players open, no mark taken out the back. This is where Surrey Park have to be very careful.
Free kick.
And a free kick given. And it is in the direction of the Panthers, so they will take it here and look to clear out their back half.
So Peters got the kick in the direction of McLaren. Couldn't hold the mark there, could McLaren. Tries to evade his Kilsyth opponent, got the kick forward. Found Allison, who went to Shepherd instead of going for the ball. He picks it up now, got the handball to Mundy, who'll look to go inboard once again. Umpire pings him for a throw. Great tackle there by Luke Hoekstra. Lets him know about it, does Hoekstra. He loves it. He might have seen us up here in the comm boxes. He's going down the line here, the Vermont junior. Plenty of players around this ball. The spoil from behind by Janane, but it's gone.
He saw you up here, Josh.
Yeah, he clearly saw me. And that's very disappointing. Oh, not disappointing. I'm glad he's recognising me as Luke Hoekstra. As the ball is going to be tossed up back into play here. Hoekstra will go up against Allison and Ruck. And he got front position to Hoekstra, got the tap forward and just taps it out of bounds once again. Does Hoekstra, and we'll have a boundary throw in. 16 minutes gone. Kilsyth the only 2 goals of this third quarter. 5-5-35 to Surrey Park, 2-6-18. The Panthers scoreless in this quarter and haven't kicked a goal since the first quarter. As ball tossed back into play. Hoekstra got the tap from front position. Handball there over the top by Aiden. Couldn't find Wycard. Duran keeps the ball in. Sells is under this. Took the mark. Looking for options inside 50 is Sells. He's had a bit of a quiet game today. That's a bit of a positive for Kilsyth as he goes inside 50. Couldn't take the mark there, Kukari. On the ground there was Spencer Lamb. It's out the back here. The kick on goal. Is it going to be marked? It will touch through for a minor score by Nick Can. So Kilsyth by 6-36, Surrey Park 2-6-18. We've played 17 minutes here in this third quarter on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
8 inside 50s to 3.
It's certainly been, at this stage, Kilsyth's quarter. You know, they've had a lot more of the football, and Surrey, they've got to hit the scoreboard or else they're going to be left behind.
Oh, with the way the game's playing, they're almost out of it. It's a low-scoring game. Kicking on the boot there, Kennedy. It's a one-on-one contest. Who can win this out? Fallet got to it forward first. Kicked it forward, socked it off the ground, socked it off again towards goal. Allows the bounce, will roll. It goes! And Fallet kicks the must-need goal.
That's
for
a great
Surrey Park.
goal.
3-6-24. Trell, Kilsyth 5-6-36.
Well, I thought the last goal for Kilsyth was going to be the goal of the day, but we've got 2 contenders now.
And Van Veen's early on in as well, I thought was pretty good.
That was a really good. That was a really good.
That looked as though it was going right across the goal face line until the very last bounce, and it turned at right angles.
We've seen him do it in preliminary finals, but that's still a great goal. But Van Veen's is, I reckon these two are pretty even contenders, Benjamin Van Veen and Renan Fallahay's goals. But it's a much-needed goal there for the Panthers. They trail by 2 straight kicks now as ball is back in the middle here of Surrey Park, and it's Allison to go up against Hoekstra.
It was a much-needed goal because Kilsyth have been just on top of this quarter the entire time. They have dominated, so it's one against the flow.
They have, and Hoekstra got the tap down. Fallahay's going to latch onto this. Got the kick away. Allison might latch onto this ball. He can't completely control it. Got the handball over the top to Kennedy. He got the handball away. Wycard intercepts it though, and Durand, he slipped it. It did Wycard, and it gets a high free kick. Kennedy's tackle sort of slipped. Kennedy's tackle was a bit high there, and The free kick paid here to Wycard as he goes down the line to centre wing. Van Veen's underneath this. Matt Garvin's underneath this. Garvin picks up the crumbs. Gets the handball away only in the direction of Machete. Got his handball away to Drew Sells. Did well there. Handball to Van Veen. Goes to the half-forward flank here to a one-on-one. Curry affected the spoil. Surrey win it on the ground through Mitch Molnar. He can't get his handball away, and it results in a ball up right on true centre wing broadcast side. 19 minutes gone. It's Surrey that trail by 12 points, 24-36, and a bit of a low-scoring scrap as there's going to be a free kick here to Sean Curry, and he's looking for options inside 50. The only real option is Ryan Goodison. He's looking. He might have to go short here. On a journeyman of the eastern suburbs, and kick's not great. Garvin couldn't control the mark, and it's locked up here. Half forward flank for Kilsyth, and we're going to go to around the grounds with Ryan Long.
Waverley Blues have skipped ahead, 10-11-71 to Eastfield 7-3-45 as Kilsyth go inside 50. Van Veen passed it off, now on the boundary line, tough angle, got his boots a ball, under a lot of pressure. There's Van Veen again, got his handball forward, couldn't quite control it, could Goodison. The kick out of their back half, Surrey, get it towards McLaren, couldn't quite control it, scrapping there for the ball, lays a good tackle, out the back, a chance here now for Bacon, has a bit of time, the kick's smothered off the boot, falls out to Molnar, gets a handball going forward, but now it's cut off, now Browning for Kilsyth, now his handball was cut off too, and Surrey Park might be having a chance through McLaren to go inside 50, could be a repeat entry of the last one. Here's Fallahay running towards the ball. Can he keep it in? He does keep it in, but he's got no one there to help him out.
I reckon he should have taken that out because he rushed it through for behind.
It's a good point. They do get it behind, though. Almost exactly as Surrey Park go to 3-7-25 to Kilsyth's 5-6-36.
Could be an important though later in the
21
piece.
minutes gone on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. We'll go boundary side.
Just witnessed Jaden Wycard come off limping. He's not getting any attention from the trainers, but just keep an eye on that for you guys. It could just be soreness, could just be fatigue, but he seems like he's in a bit of trouble there.
Osler goes into the middle of the ground there. Sutherland picks up the ball. Garvin got the handball away somehow. It's only to Machete though, who's had a good couple of minutes. Can't fully control the ball, can the young man? He gets his kick, but it's smothered though by Mundy. McLaren. He was being held, and Jack McLaren, he has a chance for what would be a massive goal here. And it would make it 2 in a row for Surrey Park. He's going to run through that mud patch, and this is a much-needed goal, and it gives Surrey Park the momentum. We're into time on here as McLaren will kick from a bit of an angle. We'll kick from about 35 metres out. He comes in. He loves it off the boot. It's there! McLaren! He kicks the goal, and Surrey Park trail by 5. 4-7-31 to 5-6-36. We've played 22 minutes here in this third quarter on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
Yeah, look, I often talk about momentum in football, and when you have momentum, you've got to hit the scoreboard. And I tell you what, for the first part of this third quarter, the momentum was all towards Kilsyth, but gee, in the last 5 minutes, the momentum's changed, and Surrey have hit the scoreboard.
Well, they were literally, I think, 1 or 2 goals from just breaking this game open, Kilsyth, but that's what happens. You don't put the score on when you can come back the other way, and now Surrey Park making the most of their momentum. 4-7-31 to 5-6-36. Ball back in the middle. Now it's a chance for Kilsyth to respond.
Oh, that's high.
It's this quarter, and this one will be wrapped up. And the other umpire's actually made the call and given a free kick, so it is going Surrey Park's way, and they'll go inside 50 through Mundy. Long kicking towards the middle ground. Cam was there at the front. Couldn't quite read it right as Kilsyth will respond and kick it out of their back half. And that kick, the wind will carry it out of bounds on the full. So the ball will come back. They trail by 5 points in this third quarter. We've gone 23 minutes. Kennedy sends Surrey Park inside. Long down the line, big fire from the back. No mark taken. Out the bottom is Molnar. His kick was smothered. Great defensive act. There's Ken, couldn't quite control it. They're wrapped up in a tackle there. I'm not sure, I didn't quite get the number who smothered that kick, but it certainly was a good one. As a ball up inside 50 for Surrey Park. They kicked the last 2 goals of the game in this low scoring.
Free kick
Definitely a free kick there against McLaren. And Curry,
9
take
free
his
kicks.
time.
9 free
He
kicks.
played on, so he's got to make the decision now. Just go send it down the line in towards the middle of the ground. Standing under it was a good mark taken. And now a chance for Higgins. Another inside 50 was touched off the boot, so no mark inside. Kilsyth respond and kick it out. That was through wall. The kick will just come straight back, long off the boot in the direction there. Oh, you saw the ground just swallow that one up. No bounce at all. Scrap of the play, Curry in there, slid and punched it down away as the Aton grabs it, and he's pushed off the ball by Kennedy. Ball stays in, and it's kept down the line, and now it is out of bounds as we go to Paul Uconi in the
inside 50s are even now 9 apiece.
Yes, the momentum has gone back towards
Surrey Park.
and they've had added to those inside 50s in the last 5 minutes.
Across down boundary side.
I've just seen Jaden Wycard go back into the ground, so...
As Allison got the tap down, Surrey Park get the clearance and are going inside 50 once more. McLaren was there. Drosler did really well, got the handball away. And Kilsyth, they're going to go to the broadcast side here, and it's a foot race. Couple of Kilsyth players and a couple of Surrey Park players. It'll be Kilsyth who went through Jay Kenshall. Surrey do well to lock it up. Ken and Fallahay around that, and it's going to be a ball up here. All the momentum with Surrey Park.
Another thing I'd also like to mention, 5 of the last 6 clearances have gone the way of Surrey Park.
So they're getting on top in that area too, as Higgins got the tap down to Bacon. It's Fallahay who got his kick, but it was smothered. And it'll go out of bounds there for a boundary throw-in. Good work by Spencer Lamb, and it's going to be a boundary throw-in as Higgins will go up against Sean Curry. Ball will be tossed back into play shortly, and it is now. It's Curry got front position. Higgins the tap down from behind. Fallahay, was he taken high? He was. Yep. Jared O'Neill giving away the free kick there. Bit going on afterwards. They don't like it to Surrey and Kilsyth, and it's going to be Kane Fallahay who gets the free kick. He's also had a really good game on a wing as Fallahay. He goes down the line, looking for McLaren. Good chest mark taken. It is paid. Shetty tried his best to affect the spoil, but McLaren has paid the mark, and it's going inside 50. On the lead is Fallahay. Can was there as well. Was he taken out? No, he wasn't. Curry did well. Tap forward there, and it finds Ryan McNay, who just thumps it. Haynes is underneath this, takes the chest mark. Higgins is calling for it in the middle of the ground. He goes to him. Plenty of space the ruckman has. He goes back to George Haynes, who goes into the turf wicket here. He now goes inside 50. Pollock, the big target. Hoekstra couldn't haul in the mark. On the ground, Fallahay applied the tackle on Hoekstra, and we're going to have a ball up. 27 minutes gone. It's just 5 points the margin, 36-31 in Kilsyth's favour.
Game certainly opened up in this third quarter. Ball up inside 50 for Surrey Park. No one gets a clear possession, and we'll get a secondary ball up. As we said, a 5-point lead to the Cougars. The Surrey Park have kicked the last 2, and they've evened it up in the clearances. Curry in the ruck, couldn't quite get the tap out the back. A Kilsyth kick. He's just going to come straight back because all the numbers are towards Surrey Park. The kick inside 50 is a good one, hits the target. And in a chance here, but he looked to pass it off, Vedekar, but he'll
27 and a half minutes. Do you think he might want to...
He's been told to come back on his line. He's trying to avoid the patch of mud in front of him. Tough shot. Bit of an angle. Vedekar comes in. Kick on its way. He judges it well with the wind. If it's touched on the line, it is touched. And it's just for a minus score. 4-8-32 Surrey Park. Kilsyth 5-6-36. We're on 28 minutes in this third quarter on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. And the crowd certainly risen in intensity as well, Josh.
It has, as Drosler just thumps it as far as he can into the middle of Surrey Park. Spore from behind there by Haynes. Sutherland couldn't latch onto the ball. Affected the tackle there. Kilsyth will be able to clear their lines. Spencer Lamb does really well. Sutherland also does well with the tackle. Haynes is lurking around this. He was tackled there by his Kilsyth opponent, and we'll have another ball up. 28 and a half minutes gone. Paulie Coney in the stats centre.
15 tackles to 10 in this third quarter in favour of Surrey Park.
So they continue to increase the pressure. Surrey Park as Curry got a big fist forward as he has done for most of the day. Janane got the clearing kick away. Can's going to latch onto this. He went the tap from behind. Tried to find Pollock, who also trying to find Can. He slipped in the mud and Hoekstra will be able to clear his lines. It's out of bounds on the full. If it wasn't windy out here, that was staying in.
It would have been the perfect kick because it would have just bounced out, and he's still having a few. He's still looking in the crowd at a few fans there.
As Janane will take the free kick here. He'll be forced to go down the line as that wind starts to pick up. Right in front of us here, McLaren from behind. Took the mark, and there's the siren. He might have to go back. He's going to go for the shot here.
Oh, might as well.
Why not on the 3/4 time siren here?
Bring back the barrel.
I'll tell you what, this is goal of the year if it goes through.
If it does, it is goal of the year. As he comes in now, it's not going to carry the distance, and it won't trickle through for a point. But that's the 3/4 time siren. We have got a contest on out here at Surrey Park Reserve. It's Kilsyth that lead, but only by 4 points, 5-6-36 to Surrey Park 4-8-32. Ryan Long, the major goal kickers, Renan Fallahay with a goal there in that quarter. Lachlan Bacon and Jack McLaren as well. Lachlan Bacon and Josh Pollock with singles as well. For Kilsyth, Ryan Goodinson and Nathan Van Victon with goals, and Sean Curry, Ben Van Veen and Jane Wyke are the other goal kickers. We're going to go to a break here on the Eastland Match of the Round. When we return, we'll have one of the coaches on the huddles, and we'll bring you the final quarter of action out here at Surrey Park.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her two young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
The first time I met the team at Tobin Brothers Funerals, I felt like I'd known them for years. They're so caring, honest and passionate. James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals, sums it up best when he says,
Every day our people get out of bed to assist client families in their absolute time of need. Our people love what they do, and you will not find a more highly trained group of people than those at Tobin Brothers.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Hi, I'm Ben Desson from Montrose Football Netball Club, and when I need a new kit for a night out, I head over to Eastland. But Eastland is more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been major partners of the Eastern Football Netball League since 2018. Thanks, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to the Eastland Match of the Round. Surrey Park versus Kilsyth, a Division 4 clash. Top of the table, Kilsyth taking on last year's grand finalists, who currently sit in third position, needing a win to get back in the top 2. And at 3/4 time, it is Kilsyth 5-6-36, leading Surrey Park 4-8-32. Ray, Kilsyth were in control in that third quarter. Probably had most of the play in that first half, and then Surrey Park swung back the momentum late and kicked 2 goals of their own to make this an interesting finish.
Yeah, look, I was almost thinking halfway through that quarter that, Kilsyth were going to go away with this. They went out to, nearly a three-goal lead, but all of a sudden Surrey sparked, and it was that goal that they kicked brought the ball from centre half back, kicks along the ground, kicked all the way there to goal square, and that soccer goal that turned them on. And ever since then, they've been up and about. They're going in to contesting the ball. It may be a little bit harder than what they have all day, but their supporters have come to life as well. And I tell you what, I'm not in a position to predict who's going to win this game at this stage.
And they've got to get it when they do go inside 50. The ball hits the ground, they look a lot more dangerous as those small forwards. But we'll go boundary side to Dylan Smith.
This is actually Jared here, and I've got Simon Caldwell, coach of Kilsyth. Pretty passionate address to the boys there at three-quarter time.
Yeah, mate, it's just the conditions. It's there's not much we can sort of say other than it's going to be endeavour. Try not to overuse the footy too much. We can't play the exact brand we want to try and play, but it's just whoever wants it for. Yes.
Yeah, and a few magnet changes there. Who do you think is going to be significant in terms of where you've thrown them?
Oh, look, I think our mids. We're stuck with our mids in there, our number one midfield rotations, but we've just gone really small in our forward line, mate, and trying to just get the footy as quick as we can in there. If it gets out the back, we're happy with that. So we're trying to go a bit smaller.
Yeah, just relying on the crummers there to get those opportunistic goals.
Yeah, perfect, mate. That's exactly right.
Awesome. Thanks for that, mate. Good luck for the rest of the quarter.
Thanks there, Jared. On the boundary side, about to start this fourth quarter, it is Kilsyth by 4 points, leading Surrey Park. So we said they've dropped to third position, and that top two is going to be so important come September or August for Division 4. So win this one, they move back into second place. And Kilsyth, they just want to continue this season. A phenomenal start to the year, and we've got hopefully a grand slam finish here at Surrey Park Reserve.
It's Higgins up against Curry in the ruck, and it's Curry a big leap. He got the tap down. Kennedy read the ball well, but it's Kilsyth who got the clearance. In fact, it's Bacon who went to kick off the ground. Ken is lurking around this, as is Josh Pollock, but Kilsyth do well. They have the numbers here, and umpire calls play on. They clear their lines through the Cougars. A big thumping kick. Haynes couldn't haul in the mark. Lamb picked up the crumbs. He was wrapped up immediately by Haynes, and we'll have a secondary ball up in the middle of Surrey Park, as Higgins will go up unopposed. He got the tap, but only to McNay, who just thumped it forward in a one-on-one. Lachlan Peters up against Ryan Goodison. It'll beat both of them and go out of bounds, but Kilsyth, it's in their attacking territory as we go down boundary side to Dylan Smith.
All there. Nothing too cute from the coach, nothing about defensive structure or anything like that. It was just a bit of a war cry, and they're pretty pumped up down there at the Surrey Park huddle.
Understandably so. You can understand why Simon Caldwell also gave that passionate speech at three-quarter time. Both sides will want to win this game as the ball's tossed back into play. Curry got the tap down looking for Declan Lamb, but it's Sutherland who's forced out of bounds there by Lamb, and we're going to have another boundary throw in inside Kilsyth's attacking 50. Just over a minute gone in this final quarter as the ball tossed back into play. Curry got from position, but the tap down from behind by Higgins. Janane is locked up. Big going on after this, and neither side will want to give away a free kick as Porter...
It's been waiting to blow up all day, hasn't it?
It has, as Curry got the tap down. He found Mycard, who got the kick away. Good smother there by Angus Sutherland. Latching onto this was Bailey Ray. Matt Garvin did well, as did Peter Wall, but he got his kick away. One-on-one, Goodinson against Peters. Peters got the spoil away. Sal's latching onto this. In fact, it is Goodinson. Wrapped up by two Surrey Park players. Handball back there by Van Vegten. Weikart the check side. It's just gone through to the right and through for a minor score. 5-7-37 the Cougars. So the Panthers 4-8-32. 2 minutes gone here in this final quarter on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
As we said, we heard from Simon at three-quarter time. They've gone with a much smaller forward line. Had Curry down there in the first half, and they've moved the magnets around again, as have Surrey. In that third quarter when things were getting away from them, they've been able to get back in this game. A 5-point lead to Kilsyth. Surrey Park out at full-back. We'll send this long down the line. George Haynes, that kick Out the back, there was a Kilsyth player there waiting for it in Machete, but punched over the line, and we'll get a boundary throw in, so probably a good result there for the Panthers. Ball to be brought back into play. Thanks for joining us on Radio Eastern 98.1 FM on the Facebook and YouTube streams. Had all 4 seasons this afternoon with the weather. Ball went forward, a chance to Kilsyth. Almost got his boot to ball, did Daniel. But again, the boundary line will beat everyone. Coming up to 3.5 minutes gone in this last quarter on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. In a low-scoring game, probably due to those weather conditions early on. The ball brought back into play, tapped towards Bacon, but nothing going there, so we'll get another ball up. Inside 50 here for the Cougars, so as we said, they've got to make the most of their opportunities, so they will come for Surrey eventually. Here's a chance now, passed it forward, cut off by Bacon, got the ball on the boot. Here's Weikart again for Kilsyth. Certainly stepped up, he takes the mark and will be able to send Kilsyth back into attack again. Van Veen's in the pocket, might go for him, and he does. Kicks too short for him, and he'll roll out of bounds. But still a good position here for Kilsyth.
Every player inside this half of the field, I think that Kilsyth need to drop a couple, at least one back anyway, in case the ball comes out of that scrummage and it's going to be kicked down that way.
So ball to be tossed back into play here. It'll be Curry going up against Higgins. Curry from behind. Garvin couldn't latch onto that. Bacon got the free kick. He's had a good game on return, Lachlan Bacon for Surrey Park. His eye starting both sides of the ground. He'll probably be forced to go to the far side out here, and he does. Bit of a grubber of a kick. Finds his man though. No mark taken by Higgins. And it'll be locked up here. And it'll be a ball up. Half forward flank here for Kilsyth, far side. They're up by 5. Just under 5 minutes played here in this final quarter. There's no clear winner in that run contest. Curry just fisted it forward there. And Kilsyth have the numbers on the ground. Handball forward there looking for Lamb. Couldn't win that ball out. And McKinley Aiden's around that ball. He's wrapped up immediately though. And
now we've got a tsunami happening with the...
As the ball will be tossed up again in Kilsyth's forward 50. Higgins got the tap down. No clear winner in the clearance of Porter applying the tackle, and we'll have another ball up. 5.5 minutes gone here in this final quarter. The Cougars still holding on to the lead as Curry and Higgins do battle again. Curry got the tap down. Bacon couldn't control the ball. Aiden was around that one. On the ground there was Bacon, as is Matt Garvin. It trickles out here. Umpire calls play on, and he now calls for the ball here, and they'll have a ball up. Just under 6 minutes gone here. It's still in Kilsyth attacking 50, and they want a goal soon as Curry, big fist forward, found Weikart, who latched onto this ball, got the handball away. Peters will intercept that. Goodinson applied the tackle, and we'll have another ball up, this time on the broadcast side. In Kilsyth's attacking territory though. Well, they're just not giving them any space. The back up almost relying on a free kick to sort of break this up. Curry in the ruck, tapped it forward. Might be a chance here for Kilsyth going forward. Goodison's there, he's always dangerous in this position. It's Drew Sells here on the far wing, or the far pocket, sorry. Handballed over the top. On a difficult angle, Van Vegten kicked it into the Surrey player and out of bounds. And there's a Panthers players down at the moment. So they're calling for the trainers, and we might be held up here for a little bit. Coming up to the 7-minute mark of the 4th term, and it looks to be Ryan Kennedy coming off at the moment, limping. So he's taking a bit of time to get off the field at the moment. Looks to be quite sore, a bit ginger. So we'll just wait for him to come off before we resume play. Going to be pushing time on the broadcast at the moment with a couple of shorter quarters in the 2nd and 3rd, so we might be okay. We will be on air till 5:15 p.m. both on Radio Eastern 98.1 FM and our Facebook and YouTube streams, so the game will finish before then. If you've just joined us, it is Kilsyth leading 5-7-37 to Surrey Park 4-8-32 in this final term. Coming up to the 8-minute mark. Ball to be brought back into play inside
the forward half for Kilsyth. Curry at the back, tried to get a tap out. Worked out the right to McNay. He's caught in a tackle. And we'll get another ball up.
8 tackles to 3 in this final quarter in favour of Surrey Park.
Well, they've certainly had to put that pressure on because they're under the pump at the moment. Punch forward into a dangerous position. Well done there by Janine. Kicked it out of their back half. Can they get something going or will it come straight back? A chance here for Kilsyth. They handball it forward, looking for Lamb. Went out the back. Van Veen's in and under. Couldn't quite grab it. And a tackle then from Janine, who's had a couple of good moments in this last quarter.
He has, as the ball's tossed back up. Curry got the tap down. But it's Surrey who get the clearance here. Garvin, the clearing kick from defence, but it'll be turned over here. And they look to go inside 50 here. Kilsyth, big thumping kick. Surrey have the numbers. Garvin kept it in. Lamb is around, got his hands on the ball. Tried to shrug off his tackler there, did Daniel, on Matt Garvin, but instead it goes out of bounds again in Kilsyth's attacking territory. They'll want a goal sometime soon, Kilsyth. It's been locked up in their forward 50 for pretty much this entire quarter as the ball will be tossed back into play. Higgins got the tap down, looking for Bacon. Gunson applied the tackle. Mundy's on the ground there, got the handball away. Kilsyth, will they be able to intercept? They do. Weikart's lurking around this. It's locked up here and we're going to have another ball up inside Kilsyth's attacking 50. It's again hot in the kitchen and Kilsyth again, they'll want a goal soon. They've had all the territory as Curry, big fist forward, tried to find McNay. He applied the tackle there did McNay. Bacon was tackled there by Spencer Lamb and we'll have another ball up. Paul Yacone in the Stats Centre.
6 inside 50s to 1 in favour of Kilsyth. So Surrey Park need to respond here.
As Higgins got the tap down but only to Ben Van Veen. Look at the strength of Van Veen. Ball from behind by Fallahay. Intercepted on McKinley and then it's locked up here once more. Van Veen, he'll manage to burst his way through. Kick away from Kilsyth. If it only falls short and Goodenson's lurking around this. Fallahay try to keep it forward of him and he does that well. High free kick paid and it's going in the direction of Kilsyth. And the shot on goal here will go to Ryan McNay. This is a massive chance here for the Lilydale captain. This is a leader's goal here from Ryan McNay if he does kick it right.
Probably just a metre or two too far out for mine, Josh. I think it's going to have to be a really good kick to get the distance.
It will be. He's showing that he can kick a thumping ball though this game. As he comes in now, will just kick from outside the paint of 50. It's a bit of a shank of a kick, but it falls short. Van Veen took the mark.
That's a great mark.
That is a great mark. Took the mark ahead of Damon Janane. Caught him off guard there, did Van Veen, and he has a chance for his second goal, and this is a crucial goal here for the Cougars. We've had all the momentum in this final quarter. As he comes in, will kick from the forward pocket. He'll need to judge the wind well. And he does! Big goal for Kilsyth. 6-7-43 the Cougars move to Surrey Park 4-8-32. 11 minutes gone here in this final quarter.
Well, that puts 2 goals behind now, Surrey Park, so the acid is certainly on them. But look, it's been Kilsyth's quarter so far. I think as you pointed out there with the stats, their tackles have been up and everything's been up. And look, I've always thought that they were going to eventually get a goal because it's been played in that area.
I know the game's far from over, but when you look at how many goals are being kicked and the conditions, the 2-goal lead actually feels like a 4-goal lead if you look at it.
Exactly right, Paul. Well picked up.
Yeah, it's a good point. Surrey Park will probably have to kick the next one if it goes Kilsyth's way. Could almost be it as we approach the 12-minute mark of this last quarter. Back in the middle. Surrey Park need this clearance. And they'll just lock it up for a secondary ball up. Big goal there by Van Veen, who just joined us. It's looked lively in this last quarter especially. So ball up again. Curry got his hit out. They'll try and get it going forward again. Glare there for Surrey Park. Picks it up. His kick was smothered. Back in the play. A tackle there by Curry on Molnar. And we'll get another ball up.
That goal, Josh, by Van Veen makes him the only multiple goal scorer on the ground as well. So very handy. 2 goals in these conditions.
And here's a chance now for Durand. He's caught with a ball. Aiton, great tackle. No play on him immediately through McNay. But he'll be told to come back. We'll go boundary side.
Just an update on... it's an ankle problem and it doesn't look like he'll take any further part in the game.
And that was Kennedy. I think we just got cut out then, but an ankle issue if you're listening in.
Yeah, that's enough.
So, a key player for that side, certainly in the middle of the ground, is Aton. The Kilsyth, big kick inside 50. Something's happened here, and it might be a free kick going. Kilsyth.
He went.
There's a fight happening in the middle.
He went with the shoulder after he got the kick
Very,
away.
very undisciplined. You cannot do that at this stage of a game.
And Ryan Goodison will take the benefit of it.
Yeah,
He'll have a set shot on goal.
That is absolute stupidity, and I tell you what, the coaching staff would be absolutely roped about that.
Certainly when you're trailing there by 11 points and you're giving one of the most dangerous forwards for Kilsyth a set shot on goal. So Ryan Goodison will line up, looking for his second of the afternoon, and to give Kilsyth a 17-point lead. Kick is going to fall short on the line. Mark taken by Declan Lamb. And they weren't marking the line.
He's looked very lively this last quarter as well.
He
Declan
has.
Lamb.
It is a tough angle, but and they just had to punch that ball over. Saw it was falling short, and Declan Lamb, whether or not it's a seal or not, it will certainly be close to it as Declan Lamb around the corner kicks it. Kilsyth to 17 points up. 7-7-49 to Surrey Park 4-8-32. We've gone 14 and a half minutes gone in the final term on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
Well, once again, why would you do an undisciplined act, give away that 25, 30 metre penalty and eventually Kilsyth get another goal. And look, Surrey Park are still pushing and shoving down there in the goal
Exactly.
square. You cannot win the game of football in a tight game of football by doing that.
If you're pushing and shoving, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. It's only going to make things worse as the ball's going to be back in the middle here. 14 and a half minutes gone. They need the next goal.
They've only had the one inside 50 this last quarter, Surrey Park, so it's a mountain to climb from here on in now.
As Allison got the tap down, Bacon will get the clearance. There's a second inside 50 for Surrey Park. Out the back there. No mark taken. Kilsyth will be able to clear their lines, and they're going into the middle of the ground. They found Daniel. Ball on the ground, and McKinley Aiden just kicks it near 50. Spencer Lamb was lurking around this. Out the back there was Lachlan Peters. He got his kick away. Found Mundy, who's looking for options inside 50. A couple of leads. He'll go short. Valahay was lurking around that, as was Ryan Higgins. It's out the back here. Kilsyth at the numbers, although it's turned over. Goes to the top of the square. Vitaka lurking around this for Surrey Park, but did really well there, did Kilsyth. Into the middle of the ground. It's going to come back through Mundy once again. He got the handball away. There's going to be a free kick off the ball here in the direction of Mundy. In fact, the free kick's going to go to Josh Duran. Mundy's a bit ginger to get up as Duran will get the free kick here. He's very slow, and again, it's pushing and shoving Ray.
I just put out the accolades for Van Reen kicking 2 goals, but then he's given away a stupid free kick just then.
And the intercept mark taken there by Kilsyth. Into the middle of the ground they go. Goodison will latch onto this. A good shepherd applied there by Van Vegten. Tackle applied by Haynes. Goodison still got the handball away to Van Vegten, who tried to tap forward.
That's free kick to Kilsyth.
And it's a free kick. It's going to Kilsyth, I think.
Going to Goodison.
It is Goodison who...
It was for a sliding...
So, again, another chance for Kilsyth.
No, it wasn't actually, but I thought, because that's what I saw from here.
He got the handball away. Long ball near the goal square. Janine underneath this. Couldn't take the mark. Good pressure applied there by Kilsyth. Stealing the ball there, Wycott got the handball away to Lamb. That's a goal! Or behind. Again, I went early, Ray. I went too early there, Ray. But it's 3 goals the margin. 7-8-50 Kilsyth. Surrey Park 4-8-32 points. Don't need the stats
even with that behind now, it means that Surrey Park have got to kick 4 goals to get in front.
Yeah, it makes it a very difficult ask for Surrey Park. Clearing it out is Haynes. And that kick out on the full. And it is all Kilsyth at the moment. They'll be happy to lock it in. They play on immediately, looking for Wycott. Good contested ball. And that is going nowhere. And that's another spot on the ground that as soon as the ball hits, it just sinks into the ground and you can see the mud.
It's like quicksand.
It is, as Kilsyth will be happy just to lock it in. They locked in their forward half for the first 10 minutes before they could kick a goal. They've kicked 2 in this quarter. Here's a chance. Ball not coming out though. Trying to grab it here is Porter. Got his handball out and a free kick. Kilsyth throwing the ball. And I believe that's going to Jared O'Neill.
Kicks
so
this. It's game over.
It was scored. Just needs a score, and that's pretty much it. I think it's almost over now.
Yeah.
Kilsyth have been the better side this afternoon.
They have.
And that's why they're sitting on top of the ladder, the Division 4 ladder.
And I think if they win by this margin even, I think they're definitely the number one. They're definitely the number one seed. Obviously, Surrey's still missing players, but this is against...
No excuses, though.
No excuses,
As Jared
exactly.
O'Neill comes in.
I'm not trying my best. I'm not trying
Jared O'Neill for Kilsyth. Set shot. A score will just about seal it. Kick on the way. Just manages to go out of bounds, so we can keep this alive. We can keep it.
That's the Kilsyth advantage.
It's still they will keep the ball in their forward half as the ball to be brought back into play here with a 19 minutes gone and Kilsyth 7-8-50 leading Surrey Park 4-8-32.
As Allison up against Curry. Curry just took it out of ruck. The snapper.
That's
what a goal!
great
What a goal! Sean Curry has sealed the game for Kilsyth. 8-8-56, Kilsyth, Surrey Park 4-8-32. 19 minutes gone here in this final quarter.
You reckon that's a contender for goal of the day?
It's 1 of 3. It's 1 of 3.
1 of 3. It definitely is a contender, but that is absolutely brilliant.
Sean Curry, he's worked since half time. Look, he's been winning all the clearances, giving the ball to McNay there since half time, and then to get a goal like that, that's just the icing on the cake.
Well, look at some of the players who have stood up. Like Curry has been one. McNay, as you mentioned, has had plenty of clearances. I thought Weikart has fought really hard.
Weikart has been very good.
He's fought off a tag and been one of their key players, and this will be a big win for the club. Curry in the middle, got the tap out. McNay again. He's tackled this time and he'll be caught for holding the ball. Free kick going Surrey's way.
Sorry, Ryan. Surrey Park have just clapped 70 tackles for the game.
So the kick there by Janine manages to work out all right. Finds a target there in Mundy. Kicks it towards the half-forward line. Grabbing it here for Kilsyth. The handball over the top, and now they're on the far wing. They're out. Doing well there for Surrey with Sutherland. Didn't have to contest the ball, and now they go down the line through Haynes, but a strong mark at half-back.
Gee, the back six for Kilsyth in this quarter have been fantastic as well.
They have.
And even
been
when
absolutely
the
brilliant.
end of that third quarter when they were under the pump a lot, as the ball goes down to Sells, he'll take a mark here.
So they can slow the game down now.
Yeah,
they can slow the game down. That's all they got to do.
This is a gutsy win here for Kilsyth. They've been absolutely brilliant today.
As Machete took the mark on centre wing and blood rule is paid. But this is a really gutsy win, and it's come away from home as well at Surrey Park, and it's usually a hard ground to travel to out here, Surrey, but they've beaten them out here, the Cougars, and this is probably their best win of the season. And
well, Surrey have not hit the front all day. They've led at every change. They've led from the first bounce, Kilsyth.
As we wait for the player to come off here, and Machete will take the kick on true centre wing. Goes down the line. Curry, the big target right in front of us. From behind Duran. Kilsyth have the numbers on the ground. Spencer Lamb was around there. Mitch Molnar locked him up, and we'll have another ball up. We're into time on here. 21 and a half minutes gone. It's the Cougars up by 4 goals. This ball will be tossed back up, and Chris Allison and Sean Curry will go at it. Curry got the tap down, tried to kick off the ground there. And Weikart's wrapped up by Durand. And we'll have another ball up here, right in front of us. Just under 22 minutes gone here, not on the Bingo Bank scoreboard.
One stat that Kilsyth have been brilliant all day has been the clearances. They lead that total 34 to 23.
As Curry got the tap down to Weikart, he was wrapped up immediately by Josh Durand, and we'll have another ball up here, right in the mud, right in front of us here at Surrey Park Reserve. As Allison and Curry, the umpire calling them back to avoid that mud patch, I think, as Curry got the tap down. The slip over from Molnar and the umpire. Lamb's going to latch onto this, but Porter did well. Was he being held without it? He was, and he'll get the free kick here. He'll look for options, but he'll be forced to go back here. to his vice-captain, George Haynes. A shaky kick, but still the mark taken. Umpire calls the player back, and Haynes goes the long ball to Lachlan Peters. A good mark under pressure there from Gunson. He goes into the middle of the ground trying to find Garvin. No mark taken. Cal Garvin's around this, but Sells just burst through the pack. They're going inside 50 once more. The Cougars, it's out the back. Goodinson has the foot speed. It'll beat him. In fact, it stays in. Lamb tries to pick it up. It'll be smothered through for a minor score.
Good
that would have
goal.
been another goal of the day contender, but it's just rushed through. Kilsyth moved to 8-9-57. Surrey Park 4-8-32. 23 minutes gone here in this final quarter.
So Surrey Park to clear it out there. Back half, kick down the line, finds a target. Mark not taken. Thought he almost had it there, Molnar. Ball hits the ground, under a lot of pressure. Still supplying it as Curry taps it forward. Been brilliant this afternoon. Got it to his teammate inside 50 here. Van Veen passed it off. A chance now for Lamb. Bit of icing on the cake. Nails it. He's got another last quarter goal, and Kilsyth are well and truly home here. 9-9-63 to Surrey Park, 4-8-32. The 24 minutes gone in this last quarter on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
Another great goal by Kilsyth, but I must say, I thought that the Surrey Park guy marked that ball in front of us and it was called play on. He had enough of that.
It did
ball
look like
to
it,
mark.
yeah.
It looked like it,
but that's the umpire's call.
Yeah, and Kilsyth, they're already celebrating. This is, again, we'll say, this is a magnificent victory. Their best victory of the season. They've kept Surrey Park so far to just 4 goals, and Kilsyth, they've kicked...
How do you think Rod Paisley's going at the moment watching this?
I reckon he's jumping out of bed if he's in bed.
He'd be very pumped up.
Settle him down, Heather. Settle him down.
As Curry got the tap behind to Van Veen, just out-muscled Allison. Found Declan Lamb. What a final quarter he's had. Got the kick inside 50. Haynes, can he take the intercept mark? No, he can't. Weikart's lurking around this. Handball there by O'Neill. Couldn't find Arthur. He gets the tackle and does Arthur. Durand is around this. Gets the clearing kick. Curry tried to effect the spoil. Bounces on its point, does the ball. It has stayed in. McLaren, nice stance step. Goes down the line looking for Can. It evades him. Handball away, and Allison, the big shoulder there on the Kilsyth man. But Kilsyth again will be able to clear their lines. Travis Browning is out here. Got the handball away to Spencer Lamb, and he's going to go inside 50 here. It's a grubber of a kick, and it'll be cut off by Porter. He went the kick off the ground. Mitch Molnar around this. He was being held without it. Umpire calls advantage. In the middle of the ground here, they find Blair. He's looking for Fallahay on the lead. Good spoil from behind by Henschel. Fallahay will latch on to this loose ball and pass it to his brother Kane. He can't fully control the ball and gets the kick away, does Kane Fallahay, but it's going to trickle out of bounds. And I reckon that's only Surrey's third inside 50 this quarter, Paul. It's been locked up in...
Their fourth inside 50 this quarter, so...
And the first 3 only just went in and come out again.
So as we said, a 31-point lead for Kilsyth. Siren will be not far away as we approach the 26-minute mark. Inside 50 here for Surrey Park. A good tackle there by 2 Surrey Park players. Neither of them rewarded. Oh, one of them is rewarded. A free kick for holding the ball. So a potential late goal. McLaren will take it.
28 free kicks to 24 in favour of Kilsyth.
It's been pretty even overall.
Over the day, yes.
There's McLaren.
And 5 free kicks apiece in this last quarter.
Certainly came alive in that third quarter. McLaren had a really strong quarter. Looking for his second of the afternoon. Fair way out, tough angle. Kick on the way, holds its line, not quite, and keeping it in. I'm not sure if that was a throw or not, but
it's a behind.
Bit of a scoop in. I think it was a behind though. So a minor score for Surrey Park, 4-10-34. Kilsyth 9-9-63, coming up to the 27-minute mark of the fourth quarter on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
So Drosler will take the kick in here. He's also been strong in defence and just thumps it. Looking for Spencer Lamb in a 2-on-1. Mundy couldn't haul in the mark there. On the ground was McLaren. Gets the kick near 50 or inside 50. In fact, Kilsyth had the numbers. And Drosler, good couple of moves there from the ex-Lilydale man. He goes into the middle of the ground. Handball away there by Peters. Found Janane. Tried to burst through a couple of attackers. Got the handball away. But Kilsyth are able to turn it over and they go inside 50. Looking for Curry with the sliding mark.
That's a great sliding mark there, Josh.
That's a terrific sliding mark. He gets the handball away to Van Veen. And it's just a minor score. Kilsyth, they move to 9-10-64. Surrey Park 4-9-33. 27 and a half minutes gone here in this final quarter.
So Kilsyth Little spoil there, well done. That was Lamb again. He's had a big second half here. Did well and allowed his teammate to pick up the ball in Ray. Ray towards the top of the square, standing under it, couldn't quite take the mark. And that's
deliberate, has to
every
be.
day of the week.
Oh.
He just wanted the boundary line.
Oh dear, that
Won't matter
had
either
to
way.
be
The game
deliberate.
is well and truly over.
Oh.
Kilsyth 31 points up around the grounds. That margin out at Mount Waverley Reserve has been cut back to 3 points. 85 Waverley Blues, East Burwood 82. As we're all brought back into play. Catch up with some scores around the grounds before we hit 5:15 and are off air. Pass over the top. Couldn't quite control it there. Daniel was brought into a tackle. Another result. Mulgrave going to be big winners over the Basin. 105-48.
My Super Bruce Duffy was off.
And looking at Division 3 just quickly, Donvale 151
Free kick for
defeated
Surrey Park
Coldstream
here.
21 as Surrey Park are awarded a free kick in their back half. They'll go to Pollock. Shows him the ball and kicks it down the line towards the middle of the ground. Players fly. No one takes a mark. Out the back here for Higgins. Got his handball away. Curry in there again. Handball out. Now a chance to the other Lamb. He caught the ball. That is holding the ball this time. And Surrey Park will take a free kick here through Glare. Another result, Fenchurch Gully defeated Whitehorse 54-20 in a low-scoring game. Kick down the line is cut off. Standing underneath it is Wall, who's had a solid afternoon himself.
4 intercept marks taken this last quarter to Kilsyth.
Wall switches the play onto the broadcast wing. And a mark taken. They're happy just to run the clock down as Machete takes the mark. 31 points in front. Siren in the minute. The ball down the line. No mark taken. And a free kick here.
Yeah, free kick.
It is going
High
in the
tackle.
direction of the Cougars, so a chance for Bailey Ray just to take some more time off the clock and enjoy this one. A win on the road. And they're looking just about locked up for a top 2 spot this year. Potentially big.
Oh!
Over the top. On the siren!
That's mark of the year.
Van Vegten.
Oh, that's a terrific mark.
Now watch the replay of this one if you're watching on Facebook and YouTube.
Wow.
Van Vegten gets some serious air.
Well done, Lee Green, catching that on the replay. Well done.
mark of
Well, let's get a mark award because we haven't got one of those. So that would certainly be it.
That is a terrific mark.
Yeah.
And that's,
I mean,
and this could be the cherry on top for Kilsyth.
Well, he's had a big game too. He'll line up, running through the thick mud.
kick the goal. Come on.
Can he top off the mark with a goal? Not quite, just a minor score if it went through. No score. So, nevertheless, it's a big win for Kilsyth. 9-10-64 defeating Surrey Park. 4-9-33. What a way to finish it with that mark. But it's been a big afternoon for Kilsyth. We'll see if we can grab one interview before we get off air here. But a fantastic win. And Josh, they were challenging that late in that third quarter. They had control of the game. The last probably 5 to 10 minutes was some really good football from Surrey Park in the third quarter, and then Kilsyth came away in that last quarter, locked it up early in that first 10 minutes in their forward half, eventually started to get the goals on the board, and I think they were just the better side this afternoon.
They were, and that's one thing that Simon Colber and I chatted about a fair bit during the season so far, their ability to run out games, and that's what they did here today. They kept Surrey Park to just one behind in that final quarter and kicked 4 goals themselves.
Well, to me, the big thing was Sean Curry after half-time. He dominated the stoppages. He gave McNay the ball that many times, and they started, as what the name said, they started winning the clearances, and that turned the game. That certainly turned the game, Paul.
Big result out at Fair Park. Fair Park defeated Sylvan. What was the score there? 70-63. So that's a big win for the Lions.
Yeah.
Division 3 continuing to throw some curveballs. We'll keep you updated with some of the scores around the grounds. Roval 89 to Blackburn 52 leading there. And at Domini Reserve, Park Orchards have defeated Norwood 66-56. First win of the season for the Sharks. So it's a really great result for them. Doncaster had a 32-point lead over Baldwin. That one's not over. East Ringwood defeated Doncaster 94-36. Looks like a final result at Edwin Flack Reserve. Vermont 63 to Berwick 26. jump into some of the results in Division 1. Mitcham defeated Wanturna South 91-44. As I believe we're going boundary side. Not quite just yet.
Ryan, just quickly on that Norwood Park Orchards, Norwood, they've fallen off the perch, and Park Orchards, great to have a win, yeah?
Yeah, they're in a bit of trouble now. Norwood look to be too far out. As we go boundary side to Jared Beanland.
I got the big man, Sean Curry, here for Kilsyth. It was a great game for you guys. Do you reckon the conditions suited you, or did you reckon you just played as well as you could today?
They might have suited us a little bit, but we still had to play to them. Surrey definitely stepped up and matched us in that area. We've been trying to match them in their areas, and today they matched us for most of the game. In the third quarter, they almost swung it, but the young group dug deep, and some of the players we had to rely on. They're probably only 20, 19 years old, make me look like the godfather, but they hung in, so it was good.
And that connection that you have with the midfielders, especially the new guys coming across like McNay and Wycard, how's that developed throughout the course of the year?
Well, they've come from higher divisions. The age bracket that they're in is, they're ready to play some good football. So it's a privilege for us to be able to acquire them. And they're ready-made, so I just put the ball anywhere near their area and I'll make it look good. So they're doing a lot of the work.
And yourself as well. You came from Ferntree Gully, I believe, after 21. Is that correct? Yeah. And so, how are you finding the culture at Kilsyth? And what's been so attractive to some of these players coming down from divisions that's made Kilsyth that sort of destination club?
I've always had a soft heart for Kilsyth. It's the only club I've captained before. I always looked possibly at returning the favour and possibly coming back and monitoring the young players that they've been developing. And I just thought maybe the window might be there. Very hard decision to leave Gully because I was reasonably pretty happy. But Kilsyth, I'm very happy at the moment with the decision, but we have a lot of work to do.
Yeah, perfect. Thanks so much, mate. Congratulations on the win and good luck for the rest of the year.
Thanks to Jared Beanland there with I think we can do votes because I think he's very close to what could be the Eastland Sports Co player of the day. I'm going to do mine just quickly. I'll give one to Declan Lamb. I thought he was fantastic, and I'm leaving out McNay here, but especially in the last quarter, really stood up, a big couple of goals, and was probably key in their win. 2 votes to Jaden Wycard, was heavily tagged there by Durand. He certainly was given a lot of attention, and that's just the quality of a player he is at this level of football, and he stood up all afternoon, had some key moments as well. And then I'm giving the 3 votes to the big fella. I thought Sean Curry just had a fantastic performance this afternoon. Gave their forwards, gave their midfielders, and their forwards when he was rucking up there to the best use of the ball, first use of the ball each time. Gave him plenty of opportunities. So I think he was my Sports Co Eastland player of the day. Ray?
Yeah, well, look, one vote I gave Benjamin Van Veen. I just thought his strength around the contest for 4 quarters was very, very good. 2 votes I gave to the big boy Sean Curry. I just thought that maybe not so prominent in the first half, but definitely very good in the second half. So I gave him 2 votes. And 3 votes for me for I thought was a 4-quarter effort was Jaden Weirhart.
Yeah.
I thought he was fantastic.
Yeah, I'm going to go 1 vote for Ryan McNay. He was really good in midfield for the first couple of quarters. 2 votes I'm going to also give to Sean Curry, and then I'm going to give the 3 votes to Jaden Wycard. Again, that tag on Durant, but his class was on full show. I think he's probably my player of the game.
Paul, your thoughts on any votes or who you think you...
Mark him here.
There's a song. Congratulations to the Kilsyth Football Club. Big winners here today. 9-10, 64 to Surrey Park 4, 9-33. We'll continue on with our votes. Paul, for you, who was best on, or your 3 votes if you got them?
So 1 vote goes to Josh Pollock for Surrey Park. I thought he was very good up forward for Surrey Park. Tried to inspire them. 2 votes to Declan Lamb, who kicked the 2 goals, and my 3 votes will go to Benjamin Van Veen.
Well done there. I think that's Jaden Weikard who wins out.
So.
That's right. So Jaden Weikard, congratulations.
Sorry, Jaden Weikard, I meant.
Yeah, as the Sports Co Eastland Player of the Day.
No disrespect to Benjamin Van Veen, but
we've got a couple of contenders to the Tobin Brothers Goal of the Day. I think the Van Vegton one was probably...
I think,
and because he just took that hanger at the end, I think he deserves an award either way. So
give him the Goal of the Day. Curry's one was also
the Tobin
really
Brothers
good.
Goal of the Day there to Nathan Van Vegton. We're going to try and... I don't know if we've got it up on the screen. I might try and put that on the socials. That Mark, I'm still got to have another look at that. That was fantastic. A big effort there. We'll have a look at some more of the scores. Josh, just the Division 1 scores there. We had a look at the Mitcham result. Moorabah Croydon seems to be a final score.
It looks like it is, and it's Moorabah that get the victory. 5-8-38 to 3-4-22 Croydon. Mitcham 1991 defeat Wantirna South 7-2-44.
There we go, as we go to our last break here for the Eastland match of the round. It is Kilsyth 9-10-64 defeating Surrey Park 4-9-33.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wantirna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
We pride ourselves on being the most transparent funeral company. All pricing on goods and services are available on our website. It's all there for you to see and make very informed decisions when planning a loved one's funeral.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wantirna.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season. Bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to the Eastland Match of the Round. Our final scores out here. Kilsyth defeating Surrey Park, I believe, 9-10-64 to 4-9-33. A big win for the Cougars, and they'll remain on top of the Division 4 ladder. We were just going through some scores before the break. Just in from Mount Waverley Reserve, East Burwood Pinchot 14-4-88 defeated the Waverley Blues 12-12-84. Certainly one to have a look at tomorrow morning on the Sunday recovery. A big result there. Back into Division 3, we did mention that Fair Park defeated Sylvan. Warrandyte and the Oakley District score on game day has gone... No, just been fixed up now. So Oakley District 17-10, 112. Defeated Warrandyte 9-8, 62. And that sort of almost... I would say lock up the top 4, but now Sylvan's spot is in a little bit of danger after their loss to the Lions. Jumping into Division 4, we want a final score here because Nuttawading 6-7-43, Churnside Park 5-9-39. One to have a look out for. We'll try and catch that up in the last couple of minutes. And then Forest Hill defeated Croydon North Emlock. Jumping back into Premier Division, we mentioned earlier that Park Orchards get their first win of the season over Norwood. East Ringwood defeated Doncaster. Vermont defeated Berwick. Still waiting on scores out at Noble Park. Rover, I'm not sure if that's a final score, but they were 37 points up over Blackburn. And then Doncaster East 9-10-64 to Bourne, 3-14-32. Back into Division 1, still waiting on a couple more final results. As we mentioned before, Moorpark defeated Croydon 38-22. Mitcham defeated Wanturn South 12-19-91 to 7-2-44. Bayswater 10-5-65 to Beaconsfield 7-7-49. It's not confirmed finish, but that could be a final score there. South Belgrave 10 points in front of Montrose, waiting on that one. And then North Ringwood 9-11-65 to Lilydale 7-8-50. But Ray, your last thoughts, we're about to close out in a couple of minutes, but your thoughts on either this game or some of the results around the grounds, anything that stands out to you?
Well, no, just quickly on this game. Look, in the end, at the end of the day, you've got to look at it. It was the bigger bodies, the stronger, older men playing for Kilsyth over the young Surrey Park side. And look, a great last quarter because there was only 4 points of difference at three-quarter time, and to win by 4.5 goals, that's a mammoth effort.
Absolutely, and just a final result from Bayswater Oval. Bayswater did defeat Beaconsfield 75-49, so a big win there for the Waters. Beaconsfield spot in the top 5 and now in a bit of danger. With Moorpark's win, they might just be about tied on wins, and that makes for a very interesting contest in a couple of weeks' time out at Home Park where the two sides will meet. And looking at that, Baronia also defeated Heathmont 101-35.
Probably the big surprise is East Burwood getting over Waverley Blues at Waverley Blues home ground as well. East Burwood, they're on a roll at the moment.
Yeah, that's a big win. And just in from Jubilee Park, Ringwood 11-8-74 defeated Templestowe 3-5-23.
Well,
that was a surprise.
That's a massive surprise.
Good luck tipping in this competition if you're trying to. Well, it's a good point. After last week's performance against Knox, certainly a bit of a turnaround. But we're going to wrap things up here. Kilsyth running away, 31-point winners, and they really made a statement. Joining me in the calling chair all afternoon, Josh Ward.
It's been a pleasure, and it's been great out here at Surrey Park. Kilsyth, much deserved winners, and this is a statement victory for the Cougars. It's going to go a long way towards their it's added to their premiership credentials, and it's great to see them get up as well. But all in all, a pretty good contest in the end, Ryan.
Absolutely, and Ray Baird in special comments this afternoon.
Yeah, no, it was a great game and all. And look, I shout out to the boundary riders because they were out there in the cold, wet weather for 2.5 quarters, and it's a tough gig doing that.
Yeah, Jared Beanland and Dylan Smith. I said I'd get him the first drink this tonight because I've put you out there in the rain that second quarter. Congratulations on
I've got
your
their
effort.
order. I want hot coffee.
Yeah, I'll throw you into Ray and Paul Uconi in the Stats Centre.
Thank you very much, boys.
Absolutely. And also, of course, Lee Green and Megan Green do a fantastic job behind the scenes each week. That's it here for the Eastland Match of the Round. Kilsyth 9-10-64 defeating Surrey Park 4-9-30.